I can ask you please to stop your conversations so we can start our meeting. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, buenas tardes, and welcome to the June 4th, 2026 board work session. Welcome to my colleagues, the Montgomery County Public School staff, and members of our community who are joining us here today, and to those who are watching this meeting, including my mom, Graciela. Hola, mami. Let us begin, please, by standing for the Pledge of Allegiance, and the flag is in the back. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. I will now ask my colleagues to please introduce themselves to establish a quorum. I will start on my right.
Good afternoon, Laura Stewart. I'm in District 4, and I'm glad to see you all, and thank you for coming.
Good afternoon. Buenas tardes. Carla Silvestre, School Board Member at Large.
Good afternoon, Julie Yang, District 3. Thank you for being here.
Good afternoon, Brenda Wolf, District 5.
Good afternoon, Rita Montoya, Board Member at Large.
Good afternoon, Natalie Zimmerman. I represent District 2.
Good afternoon, Anuva Malou, Student Member.
Thank you so much, colleagues. Is there a motion to approve the revised agenda?
Motion.
Second.
There is a motion and a second. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Then that is unanimous. Thank you. Next, is there a motion to approve items 3.2 through 3.3 in block?
Motion to approve.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. All those in favor, please raise your hand. And that is unanimous. Moving right along. 4.1. This is a great part of the agenda today. Recommended appointments. Dr. Taylor.
Thank you, Madam President. We have several administrative appointments for your consideration today. As I call your name, if you could please stand while I say some nice things about you, and then the board considers your appointment. First for consideration today is Mr. Jeffrey T. Brown for the position of Director of Leadership Development in the Department of Professional Development. Joining him today is his wife, Sarah, his daughters, Riley, Rowan, and Ruby, and his parents, John and Kay Brown, both retired Montgomery County Public Schools educators. Mr. Brown has been with MCPS for 22 years as a teacher, assistant principal, principal intern, and most recently as the principal of Roberto W. Clemente Middle School. He looks forward to supporting MCPS leaders through meaningful professional development, coaching, and systems designed to strengthen schools across the district.
Is there a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. All those in favor, please raise your hand. That is unanimous. Congratulations, Jeff.
Next for consideration is a familiar face in MCPS, Mr. Robert Sinclair Jr. for the position of principal at Charles Woodward High School, which is a reopening high school. Joining him today is his wife, Sandy. Bob has been with MCPS for 28 years as a teacher, resource teacher, student support specialist, assistant principal, and most recently as a consulting principal in the Department of Professional Growth Systems. He is honored to partner with the future Woodward High School community to build a school rooted in excellence, equity, and community where every student feels seen, safe, valued, and inspired to achieve while receiving a world-class education that empowers them to unleash their full potential. Shout-outs to his children, Ethan and Taylor, both MCPS grads, and to his family who are watching online. Mr. Sinclair would like to thank Dr. Yolanda Stanislaus for her support and guidance, as well as her colleague Kim Bolden for her coaching, support, and mentorship.
Is there a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. All those in favor, please raise your hand. That's unanimous. Congratulations.
Next for consideration is Miss Christy McAleese for the position of principal at Thomas W. Pyle Middle School. Joining her today is her husband David, her mother Donna, and her grandmother Sue. Ms. McAleese has been with MCPS for 16 years as a substitute, a paraeducator, a teacher, a resource teacher, an assistant school administrator, an acting principal, an assistant principal, and most recently as a principal intern at Earl B. Wood Middle School. She looks forward to building upon Pyle's strong tradition of academic excellence, student well-being, and community partnerships, and is committed to supporting a rigorous and engaging learning experience while continuing to cultivate a school community where every student feels seen, valued, connected, and empowered to succeed academically and socially. Shout-outs to her family who are watching online and to her friends and colleagues who have supported her throughout her educational journey.
Is there a motion?
Motion to approve?
Second.
There is a motion and a second. All those in favor, please raise your hand. And that is unanimous. Congratulations.
Next for consideration is Christina M. Sperling for the position of principal at Cloverly Elementary School. Joining her today is her husband Nicholas, her children Ellie Mae and Jackson, her mother Marlene O'Laughlin, and her friends and mentors Mr. Scott Steffen, principal at Highland Elementary School, and Mrs. Brandy Overton, principal at Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Middle School. Mrs. Sperling has been employed with MCPS for 26 years as a teacher, content specialist, coordinator, assistant principal, and most recently as a principal intern at Highland Elementary School. She is excited and proud to be leading and learning with the Cloverly school community. Shout out to her late father for his unwavering belief in her.
Is there a motion?
Motion to approve?
Second.
There is a motion and a second. All those in favor, please raise your hand. And that is unanimous. Congratulations.
Next for consideration is Mrs. Tracy L. Tibbs for the position of principal at Clarksburg Elementary School. Joining her today is her husband, Derek, daughters, McKaylin, McKenna, and Mackenzie, her mother, Christine, and her sister-in-law, Kate, and Ms. Shante Spa, principal at Falls Mead Elementary School. Ms. Tibbs has been employed with MCPS for 20 years as a teacher, assistant principal, acting principal, and most recently as the assistant principal at Falls Mead Elementary School. She looks forward to working alongside the dedicated staff and community to build upon a strong foundation that's already been established at Clarksburg Elementary School, and is committed to creating a student-centered environment where strong relationships, effective communication, and aligned systems come together to support growth, achievement, and well-being for every student. Shout-outs to her brother, Joe, and to her extended family who are watching online.
Is there a motion?
Motion to approve?
Second.
There is a motion and a second. All those in favor, please raise your hand. That is unanimous. Congratulations.
All right, Madam President, our next person for consideration is actually watching online, and it is Mr. Troy Todd for the position of principal at Arcola Elementary School. Mr. Todd, who is watching online, is joining MCPS after 20 years of classroom and administrative experience with Howard County Public Schools. So we're stealing one from Howard. He looks forward to serving Arcola Elementary School and partnering with our students, staff, and community to continue building a culture of excellence, belonging, and achievement for all. Shout-outs to his family and the Arcola community, which he looks forward to serving.
Is there a motion?
Motion to approve?
Second.
There is a motion and a second. All those in favor, please raise your hand. And that is unanimous. Congratulations.
And I believe that our last appointment for consideration is Mrs. Veneth C. Waters for the position of principal at Dr. Ronald E. McNair Elementary School. Joining her today is her husband, Vernon, her parents, Keith and Vanetta Joseph, Miss Natasha Bolden, principal at Stedwick Elementary School, Dr. Loretta Woods at Burtonsville Elementary School, and Dr. Kavina Griffith, principal at Harriet R. Tubman Elementary School, who are all here in her corner to support her. Mrs. Waters has been with MCPS for 14 years as a substitute teacher, assistant principal, and most recently as a principal intern at Stedwick Elementary School. Mrs. Waters is honored to join the McNair Elementary School community and looks forward to partnering with students, families, staff, and the community to support student success and foster a welcoming, inclusive, and high-achieving school community. Shout-outs to her sons, Timothy and Taylor, who are watching online.
Is there a motion?
Motion to approve?
Second.
There is a motion and a second. All those in favor, please raise your hand. And that is unanimous. Congratulations.
Madam President, this concludes administrative appointments for consideration today.
Thank you very much, Dr. Taylor, and congratulations to our new principals. As we see them exit, I'm going to start reading for our next item, which is item number 5 on the agenda, and that is association comments. At today's meeting, each association will have 4 minutes to provide comments from their designated representatives, and we will begin with Macmac and Balboa, which I don't think we have representatives, correct? So then we will begin with, no, that's MCAA. Then we will begin with MCEA.
I thought I saw.
Mr. Stein, you may begin.
Today is a sad and sobering day. Today you're voting on a budget that reflects a fundamental underfunding of public schools, and the cuts will reverberate throughout our school system and our county. At the last work session, I asked this board to review all new initiatives, programs, and positions and ask whether we need them and whether we need them right now. We are encouraged that apparently the superintendent and board did listen and took steps to restore the positions of school psychologists, staff development teachers, and career and college navigators. That is good news, but quite frankly, you have not gone far enough. You can and should do better. I do not want to presuppose today's debate and vote. Still, the cuts that remain on the table, including PPWs, school social workers, instructional specialists, consulting teachers, among many others, will devastate our system. And the most painful part is that many of these positions serve our most vulnerable communities, including Black and brown students and families. Who will now do that work? Who will support our students who are in crisis? Who will support families with critical housing and survival issues? These crises don't go away just because the positions do. Problems fester when they're not addressed. We fear students will fall through the cracks. In fact, it is almost inevitable that they will. If the board votes to reduce PPW staffing by 50%, the remaining PPWs cannot do the work of a full staff. And entirely eliminating well-being social workers, well, obviously that work will not get done. We all understand that this problem is not entirely of your making. All of us need to understand the effects of chronic underfunding of schools. This board, the county council, school employees, the public, all of us. Yes, MCPS enrollment has recently begun to decrease, but despite that decrease, our needs have not shrunk. Instead, we are seeing an increased need for investment for mental health and special education. We have seen a steady erosion in this county's investment in public schools. At one point, MCPS accounted for over 50% of the county's budget. Today, despite growing needs, it hovers at a mere 47%. The narrative that we spend more on MCPS than we have in the past is false. To our friends on the County Council who reduced our cuts from almost $100 million to $36 million, thank you for that. But they need to realize the impact of these cuts. No one is crying wolf here. People will lose their jobs. My colleagues, your constituents, our neighbors. running against insane cuts at the federal level and imposing the same thing here in Montgomery County is equally insane. And getting up this week to attack the school system for these cuts, and believe me, I have a lot of criticisms of the school system for these cuts, but doing that while at the same time voting for these very cuts is the definition of playing politics. And our students in schools deserve better than that. At the last session, I yielded my time to a social worker and PPW, so I want to allow Chris Simpkins to talk about the impact to consulting teachers. But let me just finish by saying MCA will continue fighting for our schools, our educators, and our students. And for those who continue to level criticism at school spending, I encourage you to take a walk in the shoes of educators. Maybe then you'll understand why we need to invest more in our schools and not less. We hope you'll join us as allies in future fights. Mr. Simpkins.
Good afternoon. My name is Chris Simpkins, and I am a consulting teacher, or CT. I come before you today to urge you to reconsider the proposed cut of 3 CT positions. Teacher testimonials clearly demonstrate that the CT program is a vital, non-negotiable investment because of the direct positive impact on students and instruction. Teachers report receiving individualized feedback that strengthens their instructional practices and classroom management. First-year educators note that their CT provides essential guidance through the challenges of the first year, while veterans credit CTs with refining and enhancing their professional expertise. CTs are critical for retention and morale. Teachers describe their CT as a tremendous source of encouragement, a listening ear, and an equal. Through strong relationship building, we boost teacher self-esteem and confidence. Cutting these 3 positions will cause CT caseloads to balloon, thus reducing the accessibility and individualized attention that makes the current support so meaningful and impactful. Losing even 1 CT will dilute our successful work and will severely undermine professional growth. Please invest in the success of our teachers and students by preserving all consulting teacher positions. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I have representatives from SEIU? You may begin.
I'm the Executive Vice President of SEIU Local 500, and I urge you to reconsider the superintendent's proposed staffing cuts. Which of our families and staff are you willing to sacrifice? Families receiving support from a family engagement specialist, students supported by EML therapeutic counselors, or maybe the students receiving instruction from our English comp assistants. Programs and structures created by the recognition specialist and the career pathways program staff who are on the proposed cut list will be in place next year, but the staff remaining will be expected to implement them. Doing more with less while providing unreasonable hospitality has become an expectation in MCPS. With the recent retirement incentives, what support did you all provide to the ESR staff, the ERSKI staff, to process all of that increased workload? These proposed cuts will place even more unreasonable burden on those who remain. Staff are individuals who deserve to be valued and respected rather than used and discarded. Please cut things and not people. Our students and staff deserve better. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I'm here. My name is Abba Gebrahiwat. I go by Abba. I know most all of you on the podium because we've been coming to you on many levels. I'm here on behalf of the families that we support. As we know, MCPS receives $24,438 per student for fiscal year 2027, which 67% of that is funded by the Montgomery County. Over half of the county's budget comes to us, MCPS. When I say us, I'm still considering myself part of the team. Our county council remains supportive of family engagement as such, not only verbally, but they have come forward with what they can do with what they have. Now that you have half of the county's money, Dr. Taylor, Ms. Essie McGuire, the Board of Education, and everyone involved in this decision, how will you substitute for the cut that you're making. From what we understand, what we can make sense out of the budget that is transparent, out of 50, 12 people would remain to do the work for 211 schools plus 2. Softwares and apps do not wipe tears, do not console parents who lose their children to suicide, people who are homeless because they lost their homes. We are there. We're not the ones to be in the front page of anybody's paper, but we are in the hearts and minds of the school staff, the students, and their parents. What will be your legacy? We could be gone tomorrow, because by tomorrow we have to make a decision. But you each have your name on this decision. The children that will not graduate because of the decisions you're making today will remember you. Yes. It's okay. We are going to survive. Survive we will. But you will not be remembered as the team that brought forward what was built and given to you. It took 20 to 25 years to build this office. If you dismantle it, it's like a doctor going and unplugging the oxygen from a patient. So basically, it's your conscience. These are not just numbers. These are people we work with, and we understand. I'm a business student. I understand fiscal. I understand balance sheets. But if you're balancing this whole budget on the backs of all the families that are counting on you, it's your conscience that you have to live with. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
I would like to hear from your other two colleagues, but you're taking into the time of it. So can we hear from the next colleague?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Chris Campbell, and I have served Team MCPS as an English composition assistant for the past 12 years. I'm speaking on behalf of the 46 ECAs who work with 5,000 students daily and cost the county only $2.3 million annually. Dr. Taylor has described an academics-first approach that keeps reductions far from classrooms and prioritizes instruction. ECA positions do exactly that. We provide direct literacy support through one-on-one conferencing, small group instruction, targeted writing interventions, and in-class assistance as co-educators, impacting the Maryland report card. ECAs analyze student data, support school improvement plans, operate writing centers, assist with SAT preparation, and help thousands of students complete college and scholarship essays. For many of these students, especially first-generation college applicants and farms, we provide support they cannot access elsewhere. The MCPS budget is a statement of our collective values. If increasing literacy, effective communication, college readiness, and student achievement remain our values, then ECAs must remain a part of the solution. Thank you.
Give me 1 second. I don't think we can stop that, because can we?
Yeah, you can.
Can we please stop it and cut the timer? So this is what we're gonna do.
I'm going to speak quickly.
No, you're gonna speak but you're gonna speak what you came here to speak, because these are unprecedented times where this has never been seen, the cuts that we're having. So I'm gonna give you the grace. Because I know you're speaking for many others as well.
I am.
So please go right ahead.
Natalie Bordereau, Career Pathways Program Manager. Career Pathways is not a luxury. It's a direct workforce strategy for MCPS. When we cut Career Pathways, we're cutting access for students, support staff, and current and future employees who want to grow into hard-to-fill roles in this district. This work helps people become teachers. It helps supporting services employees build skills, earn credentials, and see a future for themselves in MCPS. You all often talk about building strong schools. Strong schools require strong people, and strong people need clear career pathways. Career Pathways is not a cost center, it is a pipeline. It is retention, it is succession planning, and it is one of the most practical investments MCPS can make in its own workforce. I urge you to protect this work and continuing investing in Career Pathways across MCPS. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're going to be moving to item number 6, which is public comment. We have 20 folks signed up today. The next item on the agenda, the board encourages public input on policy, program, and practices, and will consider the comments received. It is not the board's practice during its public comment meetings to respond to questions, provide comments, or take actions on the issues raised. This is a public meeting, and the board expects the conduct of all speakers and members of the audience to be within the bounds of proper etiquette. Inappropriate personal remarks, rude efforts, or other such behavior is out of order and will not be tolerated. Those who demonstrate disruptive or disrespectful behavior during public comment may be asked to leave the room. In addition, public comment is not the proper avenue to address a specific student or employee matters. Such matters should be directed through the complaint or appeal process. Each speaker has 2 minutes to deliver their comments. When your name is called, please press the flip button and speak clearly into the microphone. A yellow light and single beep indicates you have 30 seconds remaining. A red light and repeating beep signals that time has expired. Once you have finished speaking, press the same button to turn off the microphone. Following live testimony, audio and video testimony will be played. Copies of testimonies provided to the board prior to today's meeting are posted with other materials for this meeting on board docs. With that, I am going to call our speakers. Grant Nelson, Samiriti Venkat, Emily Nelson, Sammy Silva, Janet Remsnyder, and Lee Kleinson. If we can start with Grant Nelson, please.
Yes, please.
Go right ahead. Push your button in front of you. There you go.
All right. I'd like to take the time and thank everyone who has already spoken, and I would like to iterate that I am speaking from a student perspective. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Grant Nelson, and I am an 11th grade student at Bethesda Chevy Chase High School. As you all know, this proposed budget would let go of social workers, English composition assistants, media assistants, and many other staff members across the county. These vital positions in public schools ensure that students' mental health and well-being are in good shape. Support staff are often the first adults to notice when a student is struggling, whether at home, school, or in any area of their lives. Now, what would happen if they're gone? Who would the responsibilities fall to? The truth is, nobody. I know the answer is quite blunt, but their jobs will simply be eliminated or fall to someone who is unable to fulfill the duties required. Using Ms. Swissman at BCC, who is currently present, as an example, she is a part of a program with over 42 staff members across the county. They meet with students individually and get them the help they need. According to the MCPS 2024 to 2025 annual report, MCPS has reduced chronic absenteeism, referred to as students who miss 10% or more of school days, from 26.02% to 21.86% over the past 2 years. This improvement did not happen by accident. Dedicated support staff tracked attendance, reached out to families, and worked with students directly. If we eliminate the very people who helped achieve this progress, we are pulling the support out from underneath the students who rely on these workers daily. These improvements are a result of the relationship that is built on the fact that many teachers think of every kid as their own, something that Ms. Heald, BCC's college and career counselor, said to us this week. This isn't just at BCC. This would affect every public school across the county. Let's think for a moment. Are we really going to lay off over 400 staff members that students rely on day in and day out? Why are students paying the price? As students.
Grant, we have your testimony. Thank you. Samariti? Samariti, you're next.
Good afternoon, Superintendent and members of the Board of Education. My name is Simriti Venkat, and I'm a junior from Northwest High School. I'm here today to urge the board to reconsider proposed cuts to college and career navigators and other student-facing services that directly support students. As a student who has benefited from MCPS college and career programs, I've seen firsthand how valuable these navigators are. They are the people helping students navigate one of the most important and often overwhelming periods of their lives. They organize college visits, connect students with opportunities, assist with fee waivers, answer questions about applications and financial aid, and ensure that students have the information they need to plan for their futures. As a rising senior myself, I know how critical this support is. Senior year is when students are applying to colleges, exploring career pathways, and making decisions that will shape the rest of their lives. For many students, especially those who may not have access to outside resources, navigators serve as a vital connection to opportunities they might otherwise miss. I understand that difficult budget decisions must be made. However, I urge the board to consider the impacts these cuts will have on students. When a navigator position is eliminated, it is not just a budget reduction. It's a loss of guidance, support, and access for the students who rely on these services every day. I'm here today because I have personally benefited from these programs, and I've seen the impact that they have on students across MCPS. These positions are not extras. They're a direct investment in students and their futures. As you vote on this budget, I ask that you prioritize student equality and opportunity and reconsider cuts to college and career navigators and other services that directly support student success. Thank you.
Thank you. Nelson? Emily Nelson? Go ahead and push a button.
Hello, my name is Emily Nelson, and I graduated last year from BCC High School. Throughout my time there, I learned that student success depends on much more than just what happens in the classroom. Students need support systems that help them navigate challenges both inside and outside of school. Many students in Montgomery County Public Schools do not have access to mental health resources at home, making it exponentially harder to stay focused on important things like schoolwork and attendance. Today, students face huge pressures from social media, uncertainty in the world around them, and the everyday challenges of growing up. Luckily, schools have social workers, family engagement specialists, pupil personal workers, and more to help them navigate these things that should never be dealt with alone. During my time at BCC, we experienced multiple serious lockdowns and bomb threats. I remember just how scared students, including myself, were afterwards. The very first place that students were turned to was the support staff at school, the very positions that are threatened by today's budget cuts. Without these staff members, students would not and will not be able to process traumatic experiences like these and return to learning smoothly. Removing these staff members when students need it most would be a grave mistake. Media specialists are also essential to student success. The research and information literacy skills that I learned from them gave me a significant advantage during my first year at college. Instead of learning from the ground up, I already knew how to evaluate sources, conduct effective research, and navigate technology because of the useful guidance I received in high school. These positions are not simply extras. They are part of what keeps students safe, supported, and successful. As you consider these budget decisions, I ask you to think about the students who rely on these services every day and do not have access to them otherwise. I urge you to vote no on these cuts and protect the staff who make our schools and students stronger. Thank you.
Can we hear from Sammy Silva?
Hello, my name is Sammy Silva. I'm a fourth grader at Sequoia Elementary School. I'm here because my future high school, Mangudo, needs to be renovated. Mangudo hasn't had a major renovation since my mom went there in 1994, and she's very old.
Uh-oh.
Because it's so old, some places in the schools are falling apart and don't feel safe to go in. Mangudo doesn't have spaces where kids can learn with a clear mind. And since you're in charge of education, shouldn't you help the kids who need these spaces? Leaders have to look out for the people they're leading, but if they're not working hard to help these people, are they really leading us? If there is no money, what are you doing to get it? And if you see that your strategies aren't working, why aren't you changing plans? If something serious happens to our parents, if something serious happens and our parents don't want us to go to Mangudo anymore, what will happen to us kids? Will we separate from our friends? Will we have to wake up a lot earlier to get to school on time, drastically changing our sleep schedules when we know how much it affects our educations? Please help with these renovations instead of holding them back. Since you make all the decisions, you should know how much we need help. All the kids in Magruder cluster need a healthy, safe high school. You already know how desperately Magruder needs your help, and we hope this time you'll listen and think about our request. Thank you.
Thank you. Janet Remsnyder.
Thank you for allowing me to speak today. I know many of your faces, and I appreciate you giving me this opportunity. When we make decisions based solely on numbers on a spreadsheet, we miss the humanity behind the work being done. I am here today as both a parent and the PTSA president at Halliwells Middle School. I understand that MCPS is facing a budget crisis, but these are not just positions being cut. These are real people making meaningful contributions to students every single day. I understand difficult decisions need to be made, but these cuts aren't it. I also want to express my disappointment that there have been so few opportunities for meaningful public comment on these proposed cuts. A 12 p.m. meeting in the middle of a Thursday is not sufficient and significantly limits the ability of parents, staff, and community stakeholders to participate in this conversation, and you need to hear from them. Removing support from our students during the largest boundary study in our county's history, one that will impact the very fabric of many of our communities, cannot happen. This is a time when students and families will need more stability, more connection, and more support, not less. I want to introduce you to some of the line items that are on your spreadsheets and highlight the irreplaceable impact they have had on our school communities. I wasn't going to get emotional. Meet Mrs. Julie Oldak, our media assistant. She is far more than her title. She is a safe place, a trusted adult, and a constant source of encouragement for students. When my daughter was being bullied, Mrs. Oldak was someone she could turn to. Meet Ms. Veronica Payeres and Sandra Woods, our family engagement specialists serving the Damascus and Clarksburg communities. Her work goes far beyond what any salary could compensate for. I have seen her provide winter coats, support families during the holidays, and build relationships with students so they feel connected enough to come to school, participate, and succeed. These cuts will hurt our students, they will hurt our classrooms, they will hurt our communities. Today, you have the power to decide whether these positions remain in our schools.
Ms. Remsnyder, we have the rest of your testimony. Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Clinton.
Good afternoon. My name is Lee Kleinson. I am a Montgomery County resident, future MCPS parent, and resource counselor at Winston Churchill High School. I would like to thank you for listening to staff and families throughout this process. I am grateful for the restoration of the college and career navigator and school psychologist positions and the critical services they provide to students. Proposed cuts to student-facing support positions have a ripple effect that falls squarely on school counselors. To illustrate this point, I have provided copies of the ASCA annual and counseling services calendar at my school. The highlighted section showed the magnitude of the college and career navigator's responsibilities and how those duties allow school counselors to continue meeting our academic, mental health, college and career, and legally mandated responsibilities. School counselors help students achieve academically, identify post-secondary goals, and support mental health and wellness through skill development, crisis response, and brief solution-focused counseling. We are also responsible for high-stakes and legally required duties, including suicide prevention, self-harm and threat assessments, 504 case management, and more. The reality is that many school counselors are barely keeping our heads above water. As you prepare for budget discussions, I ask that you remember these calendars and continue exploring a pathway to restore pupil personnel workers who connect vulnerable students and families to critical resources and assist schools in accessing additional supports for students. I also encourage you continued support for school social workers who provide critical Tier 3 mental health interventions. Most importantly, I ask that budget decisions recognize a simple reality. School counselors cannot absorb the responsibilities of positions that are eliminated. There is no excess capacity left. When support positions are cut, the services do not transfer to counselors. They simply do not happen. Students lose support, families lose access to resources and opportunities, disappear. Protecting school-based support positions protects students and preserves the services of our community depends on. Thank you for your continued.
Thank you. I'm going to call the next 6 speakers. Meg Hanley, Ayana Manzanares, Dawn Yonok-Han, Jack Smith, Greg Shaner, and Diana Conway.
No.
Can we start with Meg Hanley, please?
Gymnastics is an equitable sport since 1963, serving populations from novice to expert. Did you know that 3 girls from Sherwood obtained a high school All-American status with more to come from various other schools? Congratulations. This is a big deal and something the colleges look at. There are many gymnasts that continue to participate at the collegiate level, D1, D2, D3, and club. We know there are other kids in schools that wanted this sport and were told no. Sherwood, Damascus, Magruder, BCC, Blake are just a few of the schools that have produced state, regional, eastern, and national champions. Our county is known across the country for producing exceptional gymnasts. I'm not going to repeat my 416 testimony. I will ask you to do right by the girls and give them another year to really review the elimination of the program and trial of a stunt cheer. I will say that nepotism has continued to resurface, and if you would like evidence, I'd be happy to provide it. The 218 letter sent by Dr. Sullivan has not appropriately addressed the elimination. To say there is lack of qualified coaches is a joke. Both my husband and I are more than qualified to coach, especially my husband, who has coached wrestling and is a former gymnast. This sport serves more than 100 students across the 7 schools. The priority to fully support the student athletes and families has not happened. Commitment to honoring the program's history, celebrating its achievements, and ensuring that this final season is one marked by pride, recognition, and care for the students who have given so much to the sport has not occurred. In fact, it did just the opposite. The compliance coordinator and the girls remain devastated. The compliance coordinator and sports administrator for gymnastics was less than supportive and more of an embarrassment, who clearly has no idea about gymnastics, which I gladly will provide evidence of as well. Gary has been the expert. On the outside, you just see a show. What you don't see is what's going on internally. Every day, people entrust me with their lives, and we entrust you with our children's. As an ER nurse, I have not lost a life in over a decade. Don't allow poor decisions to cost you the loss of life of a student. That, unfortunately, is a reality. Meg Hanley.
Thank you. Ms. Manzanares. Ayana Manzanares.
Good afternoon. Buenas tardes. My name is Ayana Manzanares, and I stand before you as a well-being social worker, but more importantly, and most importantly, I am the mother of 2 children enrolled in Montgomery County Public Schools. Today's vote is not simply about a budget. It is about lifelines. Every day, students walk into our offices carrying suicidal thoughts, trauma, anxiety, grief, depression, and despair. Every day, well-being school social workers provide the clinical mental health support that helps keep students safe, connected, and in school. This year alone, Montgomery County's 42 well-being social workers are projected to conduct more than 750 suicide risk assessments and safety interventions, more than 850 crisis responses, and more than 25,000 direct student service contacts. These are not statistics. These are children. These are our children, children who needed help and were able to find it. Today, you are prepared to eliminate the only cohort of clinical therapists embedded in Montgomery County Public Schools who serve all students. The crisis does not disappear because the budget line does. Student mental health needs will not disappear because the positions disappear. The only thing that disappears is access to support. The only thing that disappears is intervention. The only thing that disappears is prevention. To the community, please understand what is happening today. Lifelines are being removed from schools at a time when students continue to struggle with unprecedented mental health needs. And to the board and the superintendent, years from now, no one will remember the spreadsheet behind this decision, but students, families, and schools will live with its consequences. Today's vote is not about what MCPS can afford. It is about what MCPS is willing to risk. For the sake of every student who may one day need someone to answer or cry for help, I urge you, please cast your vote to protect our lifelines, to protect our children, protect them like they're your children. Thank you.
Jack Smith. Jack Smith.
I'm next.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Dawn. Go ahead, Dawn.
I'm Dawn Ayana Kohan, the mother of 2 high school boys and a mental health therapist, and I'm here to address how many of the proposed cuts will have a devastating impact on student mental health and well-being. According to the CDC, adolescent mental health and suicide risk are still major public health concerns. Cutting social workers and EMLs will make this worse by cutting essential clinical services to some of our most vulnerable students, including those that may have tendencies toward aggression. Fighting and violent incidences, weapons, school shootings are at an all-time high here. To cut any mental health supports is not only misguided, but it's also dangerous. Cutting positions essential to Edison, CTF, and Student-Built House, which is one of the only things we do well, but most importantly, this is important to the students. For many students, CTE programs are a school-to-job pipeline, and the only reason they attend school or have hope for the future. It helps kids who may not be college-bound to find their place in a world that seems to forget that not all kids have to go to college. MCPS already has a truancy and family involvement problem. Cutting essential positions like PPWs will only intensify these issues. Cutting anything related to special education is absurd. It will impact our most vulnerable students, preventing them from getting the education they deserve and the services they need, many of which are mental health related. Making cuts in sports like gymnastics, when for many students, sports are the only reason they go to school and try to do well, is wrong. Sports and being part of a team are often a literal lifeline for kids. This is just the tip of the iceberg. Cuts to any student-facing staff while padding the wallets and the desks of a bloated central office will have lasting detrimental effects that could leave empty classrooms in its path because of truancy, hopelessness, or even worse, because of violence and suicide. Stop rubber stamping and taking an ask and you shall receive approach when frivolous spending requests are made, and instead provide the real oversight to budgetary requests that you were elected to do. The MCPS community deserves better.
Hi, Mr. Smith. Oh, one more time. There you go. You're ready.
Good afternoon. My name is Jack Smith, and for the past 6 years, I've worked in Montgomery County Public Schools. During that time, I've worked with students who struggle academically, socially, and emotionally. I've seen firsthand how much difference supportive adults can make in a student's life. Montgomery County is one of the wealthiest counties in America. With that wealth comes a responsibility to protect our most vulnerable young people. Before cutting positions that work directly with at-risk students, I urge the board to look first at expenditures with less immediate impact on children, such as deferred facilities projects, materials budgets, and administrative overhead. I'd like to point out that at no time during this budget crisis were the frontline people who work in these schools asked for their input. A simple question: we need to find savings, you know the system, what would you suggest? That conversation never happened. And that's a missed opportunity, not just for this budget, but for every difficult decision ahead. I'd like to read a message from Augustina, a student from Richard Montgomery High School who is now attending the University of Maryland Eastern Shore and pursuing a degree in rehabilitation psychology. Quote, I'm a first-generation college student from a single-parent household. Staff members like Mr. Smith and Ms. Rahm, English composition assistants, Ms. Friedman, a dual enrollment assistant, and Ms. Harris, a pupil personnel worker, went far beyond their job descriptions to help me reach college. When these positions are cut, students like me lose opportunities. Future students deserve the same chance I had. I'd like to close by saying that the people closest to students should be the last place we look for savings, not the first. The most vulnerable students didn't create this budget crisis. They shouldn't have to solve it. Thank you.
Mr. Shaner?
Hello. I understand that the athletics office has just announced the reinstatement of gymnastics for next year. Thank you. I'm here to ask the board to step in to reinstate gymnastics for future years. I feel it's important to take a step back and examine the process that led to this initial decision. The athletics office is giving a presentation today that will say that a clear decision-making process was used and it was a difficult decision to make. They will explain why the process complied with Title IX and that certain stakeholders were consulted. They may technically meet those requirements, but a decision that excludes the gymnastics community lacks integrity. Essential information is yet to be considered. The approval of high school principals and SALC loses its weight in the context of the decision having no impact on most of the principal's schools and knowing that SALC had 0 gymnasts sitting on their council. A fair and equitable decision cannot be made without evaluating input from the actual stakeholders. As a Title IX sport, MCPS has made no attempt to expand this decades-long program to other schools that have expressed interest. Gymnastics is a thriving sport in this area and the country. NCAA gymnastics remains massively popular, and high school gymnastics remains crucial for high school gymnasts and their futures. The board has heard and will continue to hear from the public about why gymnastics shouldn't be cut, including from the medical and mental health communities, individuals involved in other MCPS sports, and even from MCPS cheerleaders themselves. There is no objective reason to sacrifice the unique and inclusive sport of gymnastics for a 3rd season of cheerleading. A sound decision should have no issue withstanding public comment and scrutiny. Please insist on any future decision-making be conducted openly and fairly. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Conway?
Good afternoon, President Rivera-Oven and members of the Board of Education, staff, and you ferocious advocates. I'm here to help save you some money. For the record, I'm Diana Conway, president of Safe Healthy Playing Fields, a 501c3 all-volunteer national nonprofit focused on providing facts and science about plastic artificial turf fields versus natural grass fields, specifically on cost and disposal. The glaring data gaps on cost and usage of plastic fields versus grass fields means MCPS must suspend all new plastic field installations until you do an actual and thorough full life cycle cost for both plastic and sustainably managed real grass, like the 2025 analysis in my written comments with the hyperlinks. MCPS has not done their due diligence, and committing tens of millions of dollars to plastic fields is irresponsible, especially given that you have school employees and drinking water fixtures and roof replacements and HVAC begging for money. MCPS data presents a very incomplete estimate of plastic field usage and a dramatic underestimate of the 10-year cost of plastic versus fields, and that's according to your own 2027 CIP budget. Our math is in my written testimony. So until MCPS initiates a full RFP for sustainably managed real grass sports field, you are flying blind. My testimony includes information on actual usage, on replacement and disposal, and the cost of disposal, which are rising typically, astronomically. This type of side-by-side does not appear to exist, and like any math problem, you need to show your work. Where is the math? We've pointed out before the absence of replacement cycle costs in your budgets. In the interim, Maryland has passed legislation requiring disposal cost disclosure. Do you have that information? Where is the math? Not only are you prioritizing plastic over key staff and infrastructure, you're underestimating how much these fields will drain your budget now and going forward. Cut.
Thank you. We have your,
Plastic, not people.
We have your statement. Thank you. I'm going to call the next four speakers: Madison Backholz and Alondra Anderson, Dan Silva, Rebecca Holtzman, and John Ocampo. So can we start with Madison and Alondra?
Good afternoon, President Rivera-Oven, Vice President Wolf, Board of Education members, and Superintendent Dr. Taylor. My name is Alondra Anderson.
And my name is Madison Buckholz. We are the co-presidents of the Montgomery County School Psychologists Association. We would like to express our gratitude for the restoration of the 18 school psychologist positions in the 26-27 operating budget. This is a testament to the amazing work of the MCPS school psychologists and the collaborative support we've received from school and community groups. Retention of these positions will allow us to continue to provide comprehensive psychological services for students, which have a direct impact on classroom instruction and student success. We would like to use the remainder of our time to emphasize the direct impact on students and families that will be felt by eliminating positions, including the well-being social workers, family engagement specialists, ETCs, and PPWs.
As an example, there have been 37 district-wide crises this school year requiring a high level of support, which is an average of 4 crises per month, such as student deaths, school violence, and community tragedies. One significant incident impacted one of the buildings I support, and it wasn't for the support of over 100 MCPS school well-being staff, including central services, psychologists, and well-being social workers and PPWs who work together to foster psychological safety for our entire school community. These are our teammates. In supporting students, we urge you to reconsider the impact this will have on our students, families, and community. We remain grateful and hopeful for continued collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Dan Silva. Dan Silva.
Hello, you all know me. I'm Dan Silva, the Magruder Cluster Coordinator. And I realize that the focus of today's meeting is not the capital budget. However, as my daughter mentioned, that Magruder is falling apart, and she doesn't mean that hyperbolically. I want to make sure that you're all aware of an incident that happened on March 13th, where in our gym, approximately a 5x5 metal ceiling grate, one of the vent diffusers, came crashing 30 feet from the ceiling to our gym floor about an hour after the girls' volleyball team had left the floor. This is the second potentially fatal ceiling collapse issue we've had at Magruder in the course of a year. Also, when you're talking about Title IX later, I want you to remember that the Magruder girls athletes, our female athletes, don't have access to a locker room after 3 o'clock. As far as I know, we're the only ones in the county that don't. It sucks that the county council cut the budget for facilities planning in half, and that money was supposed to go, many people don't understand, towards hiring a P3 consultant. It seems at this point that the only lifeline Magruder has is through P3 funding. It's all related, it's all with the budget. We all need to dig in deep and start exploring alternate funding options. And I'm here to offer, again, to work with any of you who are willing to work with me to start making this a part of the mainstream conversation. Even without the consultant, we can still work towards exploring this funding, towards exploring its pitfalls and its benefits, and educating the community so this is not hit as a surprise. This isn't an issue that can be solved by listening to cluster testimony twice a year and then voting on winners and losers. We have to dig deeper, and just like you guys are asking all these teachers to do, we have to find a way to do more with less. If you tell me that you can't do it without something from county council, I still need to work with you, because I need to know exactly what it is that you are asking so that I can get my growing army of advocates to show up at county council meetings and beat down the doors of county council members. Some of you may be those members soon, Like I said, I'm here to work with you. I'm asking you once again, please reach out, let's set up some meetings, and let's get to work on finding a future for Magruder.
Thank you, Mr. Silva. Rebecca Halsman. Rebecca Halsman. Push your button in front of you. Thank you.
President Rivera-Oven and members of the board, I am Rebecca Holtzman and a mother to twins in 4th grade at Beverly Farms. I attended the very school that my twins now attend. I'm sorry, I'm nervous. MCPS's overuse of technology is directly harming my son's neurodevelopmental growth and exacerbating his underlying conditions. I am here because I'm sure it is harming many children beyond my own, and I want systemic change. My twins both receive special education services through their IEPs. They're both ADHD, and they are night and day different from each other. My son's IEP currently requires zero technology support, and he, like many ADHD kids, is more likely to hyper-focus on screens, struggle with transitions. Kids like him are at higher risk for cyberbullying, taking dangerous risks, and for being exploited by predators online. Something my family, unfortunately, has experienced directly. This is not just my family's experience. Kids are already on screens too much outside of school, and a lot of that is on the parents. But then they go to school and sit in front of a Chromebook, and on top of that, that's on schools. Research shows that kids who exceed screen time recommendations are at higher risk for obesity, depression, lower cognitive scores on assessments, not someday, not eventually, right now. Study after study shows that kids, when they write by hand and read from paper, they learn better, they retain more, they focus more. It's not the screens that are bad in every context. My daughter has an IEP, a required use of technology. What I'm asking is simply this: they make screens earn their spot in the day, use them when they add something on pen and paper genuinely cannot. For everything else, let kids use their hands and their brains the way that research says works best for them, especially for kids with IEPs. Ensure technology is being used because their individualized educational plan and neurodevelopmental plan require it, not because it's the path of least resistance. Other districts have already done this. Our kids are being left behind. We can save millions by moving away from one-to-one device use and expensive digital licenses.
Thank you, Ms. Halsman. And we have your full testimony, Ms. Holtzman. We heard you. We have your full testimony. We read it. Thank you. Next, we're going to go to Mr. John Ocampo.
My name is John Ocampo. I'm the father of a student at Woodland Elementary and his younger brother, both of whom will have completed 3 years of Montessori schooling prior to enrolling in public school for 1st grade, in part so as to delay the start of an education that is overly reliant on digital screens. Today, I'd like to question the underlying premise behind the adoption of one-to-one Chromebooks and the wisdom of investing in computers over pencils, paper, books, and human beings. I'm asking you to please support the resolution that Board Member Julie Yang is introducing today about the effects of excessive screen use on students. Who ordained that every 7-year-old must have a Chromebook? Based on what scientific evidence was this decision made? When the billionaire interests that have placed computers in every classroom in America began pushing their products on our children, they claimed these devices would help equalize learning opportunities and equip our children with vital career skills. These tech corporations want us to believe that what motivates them is our children's best interest. What actually motivates them, according to their own internal documents released during lawsuits, is money. According to a Wall Street Journal report last month, quote, to Google, the K-12 market and Chromebooks were a critical entry point for building lifelong brand loyalty. The New York Times recently reported that giants like Apple, Google, and Microsoft are fiercely competing to, quote, capture the classroom in the hopes of hooking students as lifelong customers. What have school districts gotten in exchange for transferring billions of public dollars into the pockets of tech profiteers, habituating our children to these scientifically unproven products while cutting funding of the people that matter most to our children's education. American math and reading scores are at their lowest point in decades. The evidence is staring us in the face. Tech corporations' imperative to maximize our children's time on their devices is at odds with the goal of ensuring real learning and academic achievement for all. To them, our children are playthings, guinea pigs, and future customers. We need to hold the line against these self-interested predatory tech corporations. We need a clear and cogent policy direction from the board. We need to truly put children first.
Okay, Mr. Alfonso. We're going to go, thank you all for your testimony. We're going to go to our video. We're going to go to our video testimony. If we can please play Mr. Aaron Katz video.
Thank you to the Board of Education for taking the time to hear my testimony concerning screens in the classroom. My name is Aaron Katz. I'm a Burning Tree mother of 3 and a former professor and clinical social worker. MCPS has chosen to bring lots of tech into the classrooms. In turn, MCPS has an obligation to be vigilant in their approach to screens in our schools. Through policy, MCPS needs to draw a distinct line between active educational use and passive use, because not all tech is created equal. Chromebooks do not replace the importance of teacher-student interaction, and they cannot provide the insight into how a child learns or extend learning further. This is provided through teacher interaction, not tech interaction. I can always tell when my first-grade son has been on his school Chromebook. He comes home sluggish, irritable, complaining about headaches and vision fatigue. Gamified tech curriculums are distracting, overstimulating, and not activating the parts of the brain that necessitate deep learning. Our teachers are not in the classroom to police device use. They are there to teach, and we need to do everything we can to keep teachers and staff in our schools. I fear that by cutting teachers, we create larger class sizes, which leads to greater reliance on tech in the classroom. The students with means will leave MCPS for private schools, and those that remain will fall further behind in their cognitive and social development. There are things we can do now that will limit screens and free up millions of dollars in our budget. We do not need a 1-to-1 student to Chromebook ratio. We need to prioritize the allocation of those funds to retain our teachers and staff. Technology becomes obsolete so fast, and our children are not hitting educational benchmarks by using expensive tech-based curriculums. We need to go back to what we know works. The tech policy needs clear and standard guidelines for age-appropriate screen use in schools. Adoption must be universally applied and include accountability measures. Other districts around the country are taking steps toward change. We cannot let our kids fall behind.
I'm just going to ask for clarification from our staff that we were supposed to have Maya Bernstein's video and Jocelyn Stewart's video, and we don't.
We do not, no.
Okay, then I'm going to go to our walk-in slots.
Yes, we have 3 available.
And I'm going to call by first come, first served.
Correct. Yeah, we have 3 spots available still. Thank you.
So I'm going to call Jennifer Jones, Betsy Meldinson, thank you, and Alejandra Joaquin. Can we start with Ms. Jones? Thank you.
Hello, Dr. Taylor and board members. Thank you for your work. For 15 years, I've testified about prioritizing student mental health and well-being to lower elementary school counselor ratios. In 2011, full-time counselors at 14 elementary schools were cut to half. It took years to recover. Today, I'm distraught about student well-being team staff cuts that will harm student mental health by blocking access to instruction to fully realize their potential because these student services staff make academics first possible. Cuts were already made to middle and high school counselors. Now I have deep concerns about cuts to PPWs, social workers, EML therapeutic counselors, and family engagement specialists, as well as special education colleagues. As a counselor, I rely very heavily on these team members. Without them, it will be impossible for student needs to be met because I'm overwhelmed already with so many other tasks, including tons of 504 paperwork. Who is going to fill these gaps? Thank you, board member Laura Stewart, Stewart, for joining our Lake Seneca Student Wellbeing Team meeting on Tuesday. You saw us collaborate about numerous cases to meet critical student needs. Since the 90s, I've partnered with PPWs whose help is imperative for McKinney-Vento attendance crisis and COSA cases. On Tuesday, our PPW gave a great resource to track student support strategies we plan to implement during summer and fall. She connects us with social workers who help our dire cases involving school avoidance and relocation. EML counselors are crucial partners supporting families facing serious legal, mental health, and language barriers. There are no other options because therapy agencies with MOUs have long waiting lists. For 7 years, our family engagement specialist shared key resources empowering parents to advocate for academic success. She was cut last year. Our special education teacher allocations will be cut from 4 to 3. Without the resource teacher position we were supposed to have, it's a crippling loss. Our school's Maryland report card rating and attendance data has significantly improved thanks to these staff. Let's follow 14 other states to phase out Chromebook
Thank you, but I'm sorry,
technology
you're out of time.
and write an amendment to
Thank
put that
you.
money into the staff positions. Thank you.
Ms. Mendelson, you're next.
Good afternoon. I'm Betsy Mendelson. My child has been accommodated by MCPS with a 504 plan and also the gender pronoun form, MCS form 56080, since 8th grade. On Tuesday, my kid graduated from high school and is going on to good things. My remarks today concern implementation of gender policy. My MCPS in Einstein High School outed my student. So Ms. Malou, when you came to Einstein graduation, and Dr. Taylor, you saw my kid and every trans kid get outed in the commencement program. School staff ignored the chosen names on file. My child's chosen name has been on file for 5 years, and instead published the legal names. Wow. The school's error in publishing my student's birth name for their classmates, families, school staff, and the public to see violates the spirit, certainly, of MCPS policy as embodied in the pronoun form, Form 56080. This publication hurt my child, and this is their last memory of MCPS. MCPS culture has therefore shifted part of the burden of complying with Form M56080 onto my kid and any other kid who files it. The outing at graduation was not isolated. Before each standardized test, teachers typically have called the legal name of each student in that room in order to individually distribute exam tickets or tests. So before each PSAT, SAT, IB, AB, AP, MCAP, whatever, they're outed. My kid has turned somersaults to try to prevent this from happening during these high-stakes situations where my kid has already 504 accommodations for testing. My hope today is that if MCPS really wants to be a welcoming community, employees must act to honor the reason for a name change form and not the fact that a form is filed. MCPS promises a lot and has given us a lot, but needs to deliver more.
Thank you, Ms. Mendelson. Go ahead, Alejandra.
Hello, my name is Alejandra Jarquin. I'm an MCPS parent, employee, graduate, and the daughter of 2 proud MCPS retirees. Mija, aplica esta posición, el condado es tan bueno, were the words my dad said to me fresh out of high school so I could apply to MCPS. There was a time when MCPS was district everyone wanted to join, a place defined by excellence, respect, and opportunity. Today, that reputation has deeply eroded. Employees no longer feel valued, respected, or heard. Conversations once centered on innovation and student success now focus on frustration, burnout, and growing lack of confidence in leadership. These challenges are a result of years of decisions made without meaningful input, lack of accountability, misuse of funds, and the covering up and keeping things behind closed doors. When leadership fails to listen, trust is lost and frustration grows. When poor planning and questionable spending take priority over supporting students and staff, the entire system suffers. Dr. Taylor and board members, you have the opportunity and the responsibility to honestly assess how we arrive arrived at this point. It is not enough to acknowledge declining morale and lack of money. The root cause must be addressed, difficult questions must be asked, investigations should be made. Dr. Taylor, you came into MCPS with the mentality of less in Central and more in schools, but somehow that plan turned into keeping more money in Central and less in schools. As a kindergarten student new to this country, I don't remember chiefs, associates, or central office personnel helping my family navigate a new language and a new culture. I remember my PCC, my counselors, my administrators, and my teachers. These are the very same people families remember. We are the people that you're choosing to cut. We are the people you're choosing to take away. We are here, you are choosing to widen the gap that we helped bridge for so long. I hope you, Dr. Taylor, and board members in central office are ready to put your sneakers on and meet those families in their homes and continue to bridge those gaps that we fought hard to close. I will end with this. It is disheartening that even though we served for so many years, MCPS is just letting us go. We're not getting clear communication as to how this will affect us, and we're told that by June 15, we'll know something. A whole 15 days for us to decide what we will do.
Thank you. Sorry, but your time is up, Alejandra. Thank you. This concludes public comment. The board's next meeting to receive public comment is on Thursday, June 25th. Online signups will be open on Thursday, June 18th at 6 p.m. In addition to online signups, same-day in-person signups are permitted when space allows, with unallocated slots filled on a first-come, first-served basis. In-person signups will close 15 minutes before the start of the open session or when all slots are filled. Additional information regarding upcoming meetings can also be found on the board's website. With that, I'm going to open to my colleagues to see if there are any comments. Ms. Montoya.
Thank you. I will reserve any comments about the budget to that portion of the meeting. I just wanted to ask MCPS administration to please follow up with Ms. Mendelson. That is extremely alarming and concerning, and I apologize, Ms. Mendelson. I apologize.
Is she the one that had the, I had a question about, I think the same thing, I just couldn't remember.
Yeah, she was
her
the
last name.
Yes.
About the
Ms.
name
Betsy
change
Melnison.
form.
Correct. That was
Is that a legal requirement, or is there some way that we can use the preferred name for
program. It's like a name card at a dinner party.
Yeah, we're just trying to figure out.
The 560 form does not list the commencement.
Well, that was very disturbing, and thank you for bringing that to our attention.
I think that was disturbing to all of us. So if everybody's okay, I think we can say that that was, can I speak on behalf of the board on this one?
Yes.
We're all, Ms. Mendelson, we're very upset about it. So we're looking into it because I shook the hands of 2,000 students yesterday with much pride and joy. So when we can avoid any kind of, we need to do that for the good of our kids. So thank you for bringing that issue. So I appreciate you bringing that to us. Anyone else has any other comments? Ms. Stewart?
Sure. It is disturbing, especially this is the beginning of Pride Month, and so we need to stand by our values, and I think that includes looking at our processes about that issue with using preferred names. I also wanted to agree with Dan Silva that we should be looking at other opportunities, and I think this would be a good time to restart the, I'm not going to get the name right, but the facilities committee that was meeting pre-COVID. That committee stopped meeting, and so maybe that is something that could be brought up in the committee. We have subject matter experts in the community, and we could open up the slots for that, and we can get a good group of people together that can work that out, hopefully, being that's not in our budget. Also, I just want to make sure that Ms. Conway's testimony is on board docs because it was not there, and hopefully we can be able to look at that data. Thank you.
I believe Ms. Conway left a copy of that for us, if I'm correct with staff. Yes, so you will get a copy. Anyone else? Ms. Nuba.
I just have a quick data request for staff on determining how SALC students are chosen and from what schools and the basis of that too. Thank you.
Was that clear to staff?
Yep.
Okay. Anyone else? Thank you so much to everybody who came to give us comments. I appreciate it. This is probably one of the most difficult days, at least for me. With that, we're going to move to item 7.1. This is a final adoption of the fiscal year 2027 operating budget. So as we prepare to vote on this budget, I want to be entirely frank and transparent about the weight of this moment. Many of the folks that were mentioned during public comment, I have the pleasure of working with. So to Ms. Payeres and others, thank you for your work. You guys really make the life of our children and making them feel special and wanted. So nobody runs for the Board of Education to take things away. So let me be very clear. Every person on this board, Ms. Stewart, Ms. Sylvester, Ms. Yang, myself, Ms. Wolf, Ms. Montoya, Ms. Zimmerman, and our wonderful student board member who had a hard year, Ms. Anuba, ran for this position because we care about our children, and some of us, including myself and Dr. Taylor, are products of Montgomery County Public Schools, and my children are products of MCPS as well, and Ms. Sylvester and Ms. Yang, children as well. Ms. Montoya currently has, and grandsons as well. That's right, Ms. Wolf, you have the cutest grandson. We all do this job with the deepest love that we have. Trust me, we don't do it for the pay. We do not do it for the pay. We do it because we want to ensure and keep hope alive to expand and to lift up our students. And as a former EML immigrant, first one in my family to graduate from MCPS schools, this is incredibly personal, excruciating, and painful. But with that being said, true leadership means confronting reality exactly as it is. And we do have a fiduciary responsibility that demands very difficult and painful decisions that we have to make. The impact of the many changes within our federal government, soaring inflation on daily essentials, and trust me, as somebody who runs a nonprofit and fed over 9,000 families last month, I know the true impact that all these challenges are having on our families, as well as they are having on our school system. Forgive me, this is very emotional. I wish I could do it a little bit faster, but thank you for giving me grace. The unprecedented spikes in healthcare costs, the horrible situation of environment against our immigrant populations, the hatefulness that exists out there, all have a huge impact. As stewards of the school system, we must navigate these challenges, we must manage our resources as what they were given to us. And we simply we cannot spend money that we do not have. And let me be clear that we were very clear to our funders that we were not unclear about today. We were very, very clear. And many of you, especially in the unions, know that this is probably one of the most transparent times that we have on the budget. And yet, there were folks who thought that this was not, that we were exaggerating. There is nothing exaggerating about this. There's nothing exaggerating about the needs of our children. And as we are graduating incredible kids who are doing incredible things and going on with the support that they need, we told them exactly what the needs were. And yet, this is the hand that we will giving. So we are weathering a remarkable tough fiscal chapter. We will guide district through it. We will keep doing it. Trust me, next year, it's not going to be any easier. But this is the responsibility we were giving. And this is the commitment that we made. And this is our responsibility to make these choices. And know that this is not easy for none of my colleagues or myself. With that, I'm going to turn this, and before we proceed, actually, I'm sorry, Dr. Taylor, before we proceed with the action of this item, I will ask administration to confirm, please, any revisions to the recommendation since the work session presentation on May 21st, and then read the resolves in the resolution on the table for the board's consideration.
Thank you, Madam President. We do have a couple of updates, and just to echo everything that you just said, this is a budget of no joy, and in a profession where there is a ton of joy, and getting able to see our children succeed and do their best. This is a room full of difference makers who've given their lives and careers to making that a reality. This is definitely not an easy move for us because this is a budget that creates more problems than it solves. Unfortunately, as Ms. Rivera-Oven just mentioned, we're looking at a road ahead that looks even more challenging than the one we're facing today. And the advocacy today is strong, and that's great. But we're going to need a lot of advocacy in the months and years to come as we try to demonstrate for our community the impact that the school system has and the positive things that can come as a result of supporting the schools. With that, we do have a few updates to the recommendation that was made at your last business meeting. We'd like to detail those for you very briefly and just go through a couple of those updates. We took very seriously some of the feedback that both the board and some of our community has shared. I got to tell you, Madam President, members of the board, I absolutely agree with the testimony today. I think we all do. One of the most frustrating parts about the testimony today was one person who mentioned the timeline. That is not a timeline of our choosing, not by any stretch. And having to prioritize something of this magnitude on this tight of a timeline really doesn't do justice to the folks that are here today. So and watching online. So without further ado, we'll get straight to that, and then we'll read the resolves.
Good afternoon. So the changes from the May 21st Board of Education meeting.
I'm sorry, can you hold on a second? There's some music that I don't recognize being part of the presentation. Just hold on a second. I'm so sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, thank you. That's okay. It happens to all of us. I did it in church the other day. It's all good. I'm so sorry. Yvonne, please, if you can start again.
Sure. So as of when we met with the board back on May 21st, there are some adjustment that has taken place since that meeting. And the adjustments are as follows. There's a reduction of 12 secondary literacy specialists. Those would be new positions for FY27. Those have been reduced. There's a reduction of the security assistants that were new for FY27 as well, 28 positions, part of our staffing standards moving forward. Dual enrollment, a reduction of $1.4 million, and this really aligns the budget with the requirement for the blueprint. Contractual services, there's 2 programs that are being eliminated, Understanding DC and Be Well 360. And there's also a reduction in lapse of $203,000. To offset those reductions, there's the restoration of 15 high school staff development teachers. So restores the reduction of the high school development teachers in full, restores the school psychologist positions, 18 school psychologist positions, and it restores the 26.7 college and career navigator positions. That is a total increase from the last recommendation of 19.7 positions that are being restored, and it is a budget neutral realignment. So then just to summarize, we presented this back on May 21st. Nothing really has changed. The county has decreased the boards of ed request by $60,919,204 million. And enterprise fund is really our revenue, our television revenue that comes from the county that has been reduced by $126,748,000 for a total reduction from the board's tentatively adopted budget of $61,045,952.
I'm sorry, we're not gonna engage. No, we're not. You're gonna have to leave. You're right. You're gonna, please. You're gonna have to leave. Leave.
Tell me, please, because I got 3 in middle school and 2 in elementary, and you guys aren't protecting our kids. You guys are our kids' lives? For real.
Thank you for your presentation. Is there a motion and a second to approve the resolution on the table?
So we have to resolve.
I'm so sorry. I thought we did.
Yeah.
Can we please read the result?
Sure.
Ms. Yvonne?
Let it be resolved that based on an appropriation of $3,724,289,307 that includes an allocation of $2,457,319,156 in local funding, $1,051,328,534 in state funding, $98,699,188 in federal funding, $22,593,040 in funding from other sources, and $93,097,859 for enterprise funds, and $1,251,530 for special revenue funds. The Board of Education approved its fiscal year 2027 And be it further resolved that the Board of Education approve the 2027 Special Education Staffing Plan as included in the fiscal year 2027 recommended operating budget. And be it resolved that the Special Education Staffing Plan be submitted to the Maryland State Department of Education. And be it further that the County Council be requested to recommend approval of the category transfers recommended by the Superintendent of Schools and adopted by the Board of Education.
Now I can
That
say thank
concludes the
you.
resolution, yes.
Okay, thank you. Now, is there a motion and a second?
Motion.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Is there a discussion? Ms. Wolf?
I want to thank everyone for coming today because this has been very emotional, not only for you, but for me. So it's with a heavy heart that I vote today. The decisions we have to make have a cost that go way beyond money. And if anybody knows that, I know that because a lot of these decisions leave equity concerns in my mind. And it's no other way to put it. But I do support the budget because I think what we're trying to do is to save positions and save positions that are close to the classroom. You know, the school system has been the jewel of our county. It's no better time to see that than during graduation season. You know, nowhere do we see the fruit of your labors more visible than at our graduation ceremonies. This season has been particularly poignant because we've looked at the number of cords the students have. We've looked at how many of you have touched them so that they are able to graduate. And we also recognize that this is only the beginning. You know, we have to be honest about what we're facing, not only this year, but next year. The council has made that clear to us, and we have received that message. You know, we really are sorry to lose anybody. Everybody here is a dedicated colleague. Everybody here was in the budget because we recognize the importance that you bring to MCPS, the important role that you play. Most of us, I have a lot of personal relationships. I'm looking at the faces out there of the people I know, faces that I won't see soon. These are friends. These people have lives. These people are affected by our decisions, and we are deeply bothered by this. I know you think that we aren't. Jennifer, I see you shaking your head back there. Haven't seen you in a while, but we are. But we have to make these painful decisions, and we cannot shy from that responsibility.
Thank you, Ms. Wolf.
During the shooting of Wooten High School, who's going to support next year's shooting?
Ms. Yang?
You know, we already know that this will not get better next year, but we have choices that we had to make to maintain the long-term sustainability of the school system at this time. We're focusing every dollar that we can on teaching and learning. It's been difficult. It's difficult. I know everybody in here has something to say, but we would appreciate a little respect and a little grace, because this is not easy for us. We do this job because you know, you would think we get paid to do this, but we don't. You would think we get paid to take this abuse, but we don't. The thing is, we do this because we have a love for the system, the students, and the employees that work here. And we will continue to the best of our ability to try to protect the classroom environment first, support our transitioning staff, and ensure our students continue to receive a high-quality basic education. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wolf. Ms. Yang? Oh, you're not. Ms. Zimmerman?
Thank you. I also want to thank all of you for being here today. I know many of you are coming from a school, and I know what schools are like in June. I'm glad we were able to find some positions that we could restore in our budget, and it breaks me apart that we are unable to restore all of them because the work is worth more than the dollar value that shows up on our spreadsheets. I look especially to our colleagues down the street on the council, and I encourage them to look at who is here before us. Because you are who shows up every day and manages to do more with less time after time. This budget allocation represents the chronic underfunding of public education, and we here in Montgomery County need to demand better of our funding partners. All of us here want safe, healthy, well-staffed schools with appropriate resources for all children, and this budget allocation undermines that at the greatest cost to our students. So my vote today for this budget is because we need an operating budget and not because I support cuts to our staff. Thank you.
Ms. Montoya? Hi, Ms. Montoya.
Last week, a Blair Ewing student at graduation reminded me that school teaches lessons that can't always be found in textbooks. And today, fourth grader Sammy Silva reminded me that leaders have to look after the people they are leading. While I am proud that some proposed reduction items were reviewed and restored, I believe we should have gone further. There should have been more reviews, more conversations, more discussions. It might be true that the available options are not good ones, but it doesn't mean that we don't try. And it certainly doesn't mean that we don't discuss and explore every potential option. It means that we have to have conversations in earnest towards solution building. I believe we should have done more to consider delaying implementation of previously approved items now that we have a clearer picture of the fiscal landscape. We should have done more to preserve vital services our students need, if only temporarily, while a transition plan is crafted for both services and staff. While I recognize that some of the proposed reductions and services were established during the COVID era with COVID-related funding, and perhaps were never meant to be housed permanently within MCPS, I believe that it is imperative that any removal be done strategically with a clear transition plan. I want to thank our associations, our staff, our families, and our students for all of their advocacy. You fought for services, people, and programs like the Career Pathways program that SEIU fought so hard for, and that means something. I don't feel that sufficient exploration of potential options occurred, and because I cannot look you, our community, in the eye and say that I feel that we've done that, I cannot support this budget.
Ms. Stewart.
This is not a budget I wanted to vote for. But I do take responsibility for these final decisions. I expect the County Council also takes responsibility for the situation we are in today. We as a board spent many hours looking through these very tough cuts, and individual compromises were made throughout. We worked with partners. We read thousands of emails. And personally, I needed all that input, along with Dr. Taylor's input as well. I am not actually satisfied with how we got to this point. And going forward, we do need to do better. Because of our decisions, staff will have to do more with less. We will do our best so that kids will not fall through the cracks, but I cannot promise that won't happen. I personally will be working with staff. I'll be working with our parents
to avoid these cracks. And we will all need to pull together as a community for all of our kids. That is so important because, again, these decisions were not easy to make, and we can do better. And I would like to fall back on something Mr. Smith asked. We may need to find savings. You know the system. What would you suggest? And starting July 1st, I will be asking that question because guess what? Next year is going to be harder. Next year, we will continue to look at cuts. This is the reality we are in, but we need to make sure that it is not affecting our kids as much as possible. And we also need to make sure that our programs and our curriculum is building capacity. And we also need to make sure that we are working with our partners over at HHS because they will be, they have a part in this too. So again, I will be voting for this budget and I take responsibility for getting to the situation, but I also take responsibility to make it better.
Hope you have a good nice week.
I'm sure I won't, but thank you. Ms. Yang.
Good afternoon, colleagues. There are many things we want to do for students, and there are many things we want to preserve. And the truth is, there is no way to reduce a budget by this magnitude without impacting people. Behind every position is a colleague who has dedicated their career to serve our students. And behind every program is a student or family who benefited from the service. These reductions were not made lightly. Now, I know that even when we are talking about reduction today here, and tomorrow, all of you will go back to your building and serve those students and families. And I think our mission remained the same. The assignment this afternoon is to adopt a budget so that the school system can continue to operate next school year. But deep in my heart, I know Montgomery County has fallen asleep, that we must generate the revenue so that all these wonderful services that we valued can continue to provide to our communities in abundance. So here's my pledge to all of you, that every day of my life and every interaction I have with you, I will keep that as my goal, to make sure that as a county, we grow and we serve. Thank you for being here. I will vote to adopt this budget.
Thank you, Ms. Yang. Is there a motion? Oh, there is a motion and a second. Thank you. If there's no further discussion, all those in favor, please raise your hand. That'll be Ms. Stewart, Ms. Sylvester, Ms. Yang, myself, Ms. Wolf, Ms. Zimmerman, and Ms. Anuba. The vote carries. Oh, those against? Ms. Montoya. The next item on the agenda is a scheduled recess that will return in about 30 minutes. Thank you, and we are back. We are now going to go to item 9. No?
8.
Item 8.1. And this is going to be discussion on academics. Dr. Taylor.
Thank you, Madam President. Today we're going to be sharing the latest academic performance updates, which highlight progress in critical areas that align with the MCPS Future Ready Strategic Plan and tied to the first goal of that plan, academic excellence. Our focus is on ensuring equitable access to high-quality instruction and narrowing performance gaps, and you will see evidence of that today. I've got a trio of experts to walk us through the data and to add some additional information. Today is some good news that we get to share with the board and the public. First up is Dr. Keisha Addison, our Director of Shared Accountability.
Good afternoon, everyone. Next slide, please. Or I can do it. All right. Oh, back it up. I got it. All right, apologies. So to start our presentation, as Dr. Taylor shared, we are here to share with you information about the performance of our students, and our conversation today is really about how we turn our data into action to improve outcomes for students. And what you'll see is we've come to you before many times, and we talk about how we use data to leverage and improve and engage in continuous improvement for teaching and learning as we engage in instruction and teaching for students. And so part of what we do over time, centrally and in schools, is we look at the data, instructional teams look at the data to support moving the performance of students forward. And so what you'll see today is a comparison of last school year for some of the data points, and we will look at elementary, middle, and high school data points. And so as Dr. Taylor shared, we always come to you with our strategic plan as our foundation for our conversations and grounding today's conversation in Goal 1, academic excellence. And we are starting our conversation and our data view with looking at early literacy. And so DIBELS and Lectura assessment. DIBELS is the dynamic indicators of basic early learning skills. And these are designed to be used with all students learning to read in English and or Spanish. And what you see on the slide, the green bar represents fall 2024 and the blue bar represents fall 2025. DIBELS is on my left and Lectura on the right, and these data we have shared with you before, so this is just a graphic visual representation of data we have sent previously that shows it. And so what you notice for our DIBELS data, we have a slight 0.6 percentage point increase looking at last fall to this year, and then for our Lectura data, a 2.3 percentage point increase. Shifting to winter views of DIBELS and Lectura, again, see positive improvements looking at last year to this year. So last year, winter for DIBELS, we had a 3.6 percentage point increase for this winter. And then similar for Lectura, we see a 5.4 percentage point increase compared to last winter. Sorry, next slide. Shifting to the MAP assessment, first I want to let you know that when you see percentage of students meeting identified score, what we did some analysis to look at the relationship between the MAP assessment and the state assessment. We know changes are coming, but for the analysis that we look at, that identified score is the score that indicates the likelihood of a student to get a 3 or higher on the state assessment. And so that's our marker. And so you see from fall, when we look at our fall data, a slight 1.1 percentage point decrease, but then for winter data, you see a slight 0.5 percentage point increase. And one of the questions you may wonder is why grades 3 and 5? These are the grade levels that are required to take the assessment during this time. Next, shifting to mathematics. Again, that identified score is the score that indicates the student's likelihood of earning that 3 or higher on the state assessment. Looking at the MAP score, for fall to fall, we see a slight 3.6 percentage point decrease. One thing we need to think about is, summer slump and coming back and students starting their school year again. And then when you look at that winter data, we see a 1.1 percentage point increase. Shifting to mathematics, looking at grade 6 mathematics at the middle school level. Again, for a fall, we see a 2.4 percentage point decrease compared to last school year. And then for winter, again, we see a pattern of a 0.8 percentage point increase looking at winter of last year and winter of this year. Another area that we focus on, and that's also included in our strategic plan, is the performance of students on the report card and content areas. And so on this slide, we identify 5 overarching content areas and looking across both the 2025 school year and the 2026 school year. And what you see are 3 marking periods. And so tried to make it a little easier to see. So marking period 2 percentages are at the base of the bars, and marking periods 1 and 3 are at the top of the bars. And what you'll notice across almost all of the content areas is a slight decrease in the percentage of students earning a C or higher in the various content areas but what you'll notice is that pattern across marking period 1, 2, and 3 is similar regardless of the school year. And a similar view at our high school level, looking at performance of students earning a C or higher in the content areas at the high school level, again, comparing 2025 to 2026 for the first 3 marking periods of the year. Here you see some closer patterns of performance, some increases for marking period 3 for some of the content areas, which is not as similar to what you saw for middle school. District assessments are another area that we use to identify the performance of students. It is also one of our metrics on the strategic plan. And when we look at our district assessment data, we see differences across marking periods 1, 2, and 3 for 2025 compared to 2026. For our district assessments, we do identify a score through a standard setting process that brings in content experts and also school-based experts to support identification of the score that would demonstrate a student's performance is successful. And finally, for data slides, focusing on high schools, and again, looking at 2025 to 2026 in terms of literacy and mathematics courses, and the performance across both years for all 3 marking periods. And with that, I will turn it to Chief Ford.
Thank you. So thank you. So this is a high level of a look at how we are doing in literacy and mathematics. I do want to just call out the data was reported fall to fall and winter to winter, but when you are actually able to look at students from fall to winter, there's actually a really nice gain for students, particularly at the primary level, and we're really excited about that. We know our students are in their 2nd year of this CKLA, and so we're really pleased with the gains that we are seeing at the primary level, and I'm even more excited about the lectura data because there was a 10% gain, and we know that students in those 1- and 2-way immersion classes are taking that Spanish assessment, and we know the research says that they can demonstrate strong skills with their native language, then the English comes soon after. And so that's very promising data. At the upper elementary level, we know it's a little flat, and we are continuing to work with those students. They haven't had as much of the science of reading instruction, and we are also working with our CKLA vendor. They have upgraded their product, and so we're going to be getting more novels and things of that nature, additional resources to support that group. So we're excited about that. For mathematics, similarly, we see, if we look fall to winter, we do see some gains for our students, and we also know that as the students get into those upper levels, it's flat or concerning, and so we know that we are entering into a period of new curriculum for mathematics with training for our teachers this summer. And so we are very hopeful that our students are going to really enter getting a stronger foundation, stronger resources that are more rigorous, and we'll be implementing that in the fall. Just so you know, and I'll hand it over to Dr. Moran, we are doing training. Our MSDE is requiring training of our teachers for science of reading in order to maintain licensure. That is going to be an expectation for all teachers in Maryland. And so we are monitoring who is taking that training so that they can meet that requirement by 27-28. We also have our professional development that will be occurring this summer that we are kind of titling Strong Start, and that will be for all of our teachers in these areas so that we can just strengthen their skill set and also supporting them through our cross-functional teams. And I'll hand it over to Dr. Moran.
Thank you very much, Ms. Porter. So I, again, just want to point out the importance of following cohorts of students as you watch their data move. If you look at some of those graphs, you'll notice that in some instances there's a double-digit gain, which I think we should be extremely proud of, and is representative of the work being done by our teachers, our principals, and central services staff together. I did want to just hone in on one thing that I think is really important and has made a significant impact this year. I reported out to the board in April that we were launching a district-wide observational tool, which is something that is new for Montgomery County Public Schools. That has been implemented. As of now, we've had administrators visit and collect data from over 1,500 classrooms to assess the level of teaching. So when we say Tier 1 instruction, we talk to you guys a lot about Tier 1 instruction. There are 5 components of that. We are seeing strengths in some places, but we are identifying areas for growth. The areas for growth that we've assessed through that have been culturally responsive teaching, effortful thinking, and feedback and assessment. I'm excited to share with you that we'll be moving forward to having a district-wide professional learning plan that all schools will follow. That ensures that all of our teachers, principals, instructional specialists receive the same professional learning on Tier 1 instruction, have a solid understanding of what those components are, but receive the support and coaching along the way. That is something that is new for MCPS. In past practices with the school improvement plan, we've allowed schools to select their own professional learning plan. We believe that pulling these high leverage practices, pulling those levers across all 211 schools is going to accelerate progress and student performance. So I'm really excited to share that out with you. I think our principals, and we've begun to launch that work, but it's good to have the observational data to be able to assess where we are, where we need to go, and what are the gaps in terms of learning. The other thing I would just highlight is that we this year have, of course, launched our cross-functional teams. And when we look at the data, as an aggregate, we have seen a tremendous growth in particular schools where we've provided intensive interventions to. And I equate this to similar to like fit time, right? So schools that would receive, consistent intensive fit time. And I just want to highlight 3 schools. Georgian Forest on their MAP-M. From fall to winter, decreased the number of students in level 1 by 9%, which was 68 students. I think it's good to put a number with the percentage. They moved students from basic to proficiency by 8%, which is 58 students. And I'm excited to share at Twin Brook Elementary School on Dibbles, our kindergarten through grade 2 increased the number of Hispanic students scoring above average by 12%. And so those are just 2 examples of 2 schools that have received intensive support from the cross-functional team, and we've seen significant outcomes to that. So the last thing I would just share is the work we're doing around MTSS. The times of looking at aggregate data or looking at data by grade level and shifting to actually individualized conversations about students and creating an individualized learning plan through the student reading intervention plans that were required now by state is something that we are seeing take off. And teachers are doing a fantastic job of that in collaboration in grade levels, and we're seeing results from that. So just a couple of things I wanted to share out, and I think we turn it back over to Dr. Addison.
Back to the board. We're ready for questions, Madam President.
Okay. Thank you. I am going to open it to my colleagues, but before I do that, if I could just go first so it's all clear. I just want to make sure how parents are going to be interpreting this data. So help me out. I have a kid in middle school, and if you're not good at reading these charts, I just want to know what are parents, because you can get like a full sense that my kid is doing well because they're getting a C, but they're not really doing that great. So I just wanted, what should parents look for to see that there's continuous improvement?
So when we speak with parents, we definitely want to look at multiple measures, not just one. Okay. So the report card grades are important, but we also want to look at how they're doing on their MAP assessment. We want to look at even their district assessment. District assessment is more focused on what they're learning in that particular unit. Or the particular standards that they are focused on. So all of that together gives parents some idea of how an idea of how their children are doing. They don't always align perfectly, so it doesn't, just because you do well in one doesn't automatically mean that you're going to do well in the other, but you should see some level of consistency as we go across. So looking at this data may be a little more challenging for a parent to interpret for their own particular child, but that all the data points that they experience at school are helpful.
Okay, and I know Ms. Wolf has a follow-up to my question. I'm going to go to Ms. Wolf next.
It's kind of a follow-up. I think it would be helpful, at least to me, if I could get this broken down by school, because aggregate numbers hide stuff. And so being able to look at, say, what's going on at
Twinbrook, for example.
Yeah, Twinbrook, as a parent, would help me. Okay.
Yes, we can provide
that. Thank you, Ms. Wolf. That is a great tool for us to have, because I think if I'm looking at this without Mr. Meyer telling me that Twinbrook went from, it was significant.
12%.
12% increase. That to me tells me that things are getting better, at least, and then it's a good tool to have.
And demographic groups when you break it down.
Oh, yeah. Okay, great. Ms. Montoya?
Thank you. I just want to say thank you for this data. It helps to see. I know we have a different grading regulation in place, so this is going to sound weird, but I'm happy to see a little bit of a dip, because that means that we're grading to standards now. That's what I would have expected to see. But it's also not so significant that maybe we haven't overcorrected in that grading. So, but I wanted to just ask about slide 11, which is district assessments for middle schools. And specifically, I'm looking at the literacy portion. From fall to 2025, so most of these we see from 20 to 25, they're similar-ish, right? And so but when we look at the middle schools for literacy, from fall of 2025 and then comparing to fall of 2026, it's about half. And as a parent of a new middle schooler, I know that we had a new CKLA curriculum this year. And so I don't want to assume that that's part of it, but I'm just wondering, how do we make sense of that difference? And if the new curriculum is a part of it, and maybe we have to think about this and come back with a response, and that's okay. Like, what are we going to do to try to prevent that from happening in other spaces where we have new curricula, right? Like math, for example, or maybe there's other subjects as well.
Very quickly, can I just do a little tack? Tim, how are you going to help us do a reconciliation of that gap? Like, what is that going to look like?
So the literacy in 2006 at 45.7% is a baseline assessment, brand new curriculum, baseline from CKLA curriculum, given to students. And as you can see, the next two marking periods went up. So we're getting closer to where they were previously, but it was brand new. We just gave students an assessment to just get an understanding of where they were with this new content that we were delivering.
So is this a trend we see in other school districts that adopt this new curriculum? Because I mean, I guess, and I know we had talked about this before, when there's new curricula, you always see kind of I think you called it like a slide or a backward slide or
Implementation
something.
dip is what it's called.
Right.
Yeah.
But that just seems very drastic to go to half.
We're actually a little surprised it's not less than half. And if anything, that probably speaks to the middle school doing a little bit better with their implementation than we might have heard in some cases. That is not irregular, and it does. You can compare and take a look at this. There's a couple of things that are worth pointing out. First, this is better aligned to the curriculum, and when you had in the previous year, the district assessment literacy was in the 90s, but yet the assessment performance was in the 50s, there was clear misalignment as to what was happening. I mean, that is evidence that you have an assessment that isn't reflective of their actual performance. I think we're getting a lot closer. And I think that that's a positive sign, and hopefully something that we would observe in future math years with the adoption of a new math curriculum. But notice the similarities in performance, and this is not necessarily a good thing, by the way. We're only slightly up in mathematics from 25 to 26. That's definitely positive in terms of growth, but you can see the similarities are translating for sure.
But we didn't see the same implementation dip for elementary CKLA, right? And I guess that's what I'm just trying to make sense. But not, I mean, this is 50%.
Yeah, we didn't see
Less.
as drastic of a change, but candidly, the change in the content wasn't as drastic as the change in the content and expectations
Okay, and that's good to know.
between
Okay.
elementary and middle school.
Thank you.
Ms. Stewart?
Most of my questions were asked, but I would like to point out the high school grade distribution. I know we were really worried about changing our grading policy, but actually, a few of these, the kids are getting better grades.
Yes.
So that makes me feel a little better about that decision, because I wanted to see this data, although we do need to see it by school and by demographics, because again, this could hide another story. But so far, this is good news.
Yeah. Dr. Taylor, you want to say anything?
Yeah, the good news really is how close they really are from year to year to year. It's definitely worth a dive in, both at the middle school where they had a little bit of a dip, as Ms. Montoya pointed out, and at the high school where across the board they had a little bit of a gain, with the exception of mathematics by 0.8 of a point. But it is important that this is an ongoing process. It's iterative, so that as you tweak your regulations, that you're observing the things that we're observing. We can't wait to bring forward marking period 4 data as well, because that will help tell some of the story. And this is really at a very high level. As you said, it's not really school by school, but it is a cause for like, well, gosh, why is that way? And is this, are the grades that are being assigned as aligned to their actual performance as we'd like it to be? Or did our students rise to meet the expectations that we set when we set the bar a little bit higher? I would imagine it's probably a little bit of all of those things. And we certainly need to explain some of that variance as we continue to make tweaks to grading and reporting over the next several years.
Thank you. Ms. Sylvester?
Yeah, I wanted to circle back on some of the things that you mentioned in terms of how we are ensuring consistency across the system. Could you just reiterate what you're doing with the classroom observations and, yeah.
Yeah, so in April, we rolled out a tool that is research-based and has the components of high-tier 1 instruction that is aligned with the skillful teacher, which is what we utilize as our professional growth system and also for our teacher professional development. The results of that, we've had every school has already implemented that observational tool, so we've had over 1,500 entries. We are seeing some strengths, but we are not surprised by the results of seeing work needs to be done in culturally responsive instruction, effortful thinking, and feedback and assessment. As a result of the findings from that, we're planning district-wide professional learning for our teachers that has those 3 components emphasized in it, but also touches on the other ones as well. I think one of the things that we really needed to do, and it goes back to many of your questions from the past around system of schools versus a school system, is everyone having a unified understanding of what we expect to happen every day in a classroom. What are the components that are not a recommendation, but a requirement? And so through this process, principals have a very clear understanding of what we expect in every single school. And it also creates the comfort of us having common language and vocabulary. So when we get together as principals from other schools, we're speaking the same language. They're looking for the same things. They're using the same tool to collect data. And so we can get results from school by cluster, by the entire system, and look at what that looks like and engage in conversations that are consistent across all 211 schools. That's something that, frankly, we've been missing for quite some time in Montgomery County Public Schools. So it's an exciting transition. I believe we've built a lot of positive momentum, but there's much work to do around professional learning for principals, for teachers, for teacher leaders, for instructional specialists and central services.
Okay, great, thank you. And just one quick question. What is the external measure for high school? I see grades and district assessments, but what's the external measure?
So we do have, it's limited at the high school level, to be honest. The state, we have the state assessment, but it's certain grade levels. We also have AP, IB, SAT, ACT as some of our measures, as well as the PSAT.
Okay, and we'll get those later.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Lucianne?
Yes, thank you. Can we go to slide number 10? Right, so I'm happily surprised a little bit because we did change the grading standard, and I thought we got tougher, and it's so good, and I think deep in our heart, we all knew it. When you set higher expectation and support with instructions, our students rise to the challenge. I want you to remind all of us, what was some grading higher standard that we put in place that this reflects?
So we definitely addressed the 50% rule. I think we were just allowing most kids to get a 50% with very little effort. And so we definitely did redefine that. We made changes to the amount of time students could turn in an assignment, and also on the flip side, teachers providing feedback to students in terms of how much time to grade the assignment. Right. So you put me on the spot here. I'm trying to think what else
Those were really the most significant ones.
Yes.
We did add some clarity to the grading scale itself, and we've got a couple of other things that we'll touch on later in another
today,
presentation.
we'll talk about some changes.
Right. From those major 2 things, we're working on 2 things, right? We are sending that effort matters. The 50% rule really is you can do it or you cannot do it, right? But we say you tried. That matters. Number 2, when we give timeline to assignment, what we are teaching and trying to reinforce, it's working habit. It's an ethic, working ethic. So I think we are doing students a good service by raising these standards. Young people know they have choices, and when we raise our expectations, we help them make better choices. So thank you for this.
And we're going to highlight some tweaks for next school year based on lessons learned later today.
I have one small thing to ask for.
Sure.
Thank you. Because we just went through a very difficult budget process. You mentioned cross-functional teams going into an example, Twinbrook, I believe you mentioned. Do we keep track of hours spent from our cross-functional teams? And as we work through gathering data for our next budget process, which actually starts almost immediately, it would be good as board members to see how those hours and then the improvements or not, or lack thereof in those schools, just to give us a little extra to go on as we look to fund different programs. Thank you.
So we do. We collect that from all of our instructional specialists and supervisors that are in school, the time they spend in the school, the purpose, and most importantly, the impact of the service that they provided. So that data comes in. We track it for all of our schools, and certainly put it next to the student achievement data to see the impact. And that's a data that directors have conversations with their cross-functional teams on Friday, putting those two pieces of data next to each other.
That would be amazing for us as board members to see at least a snapshot. Thank you.
And if we go to slide 12, there was no required district assessment for MP3 in 2026. So I just wanted to hear your rationale for that and the decision of why we assessed it that way for this current school year.
You want to say that?
President Rivera, and if I recall correctly, the decision that was made is that we were trying to emphasize a focus at our schools on the MCAP assessment, the state assessment. There was an overlap of the district assessment with that window, and therefore we decided to delay it.
And we also had a week of Snow Creek.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Just want to, I know that was highlighted, I just want folks to know the reason why. Okay. That's all the questions. Thank you so very much for the update. I mean, let's keep it up. Next, we're going to have, is this the third quarter? No.
This is the next one, number 10. Yeah.
Athletics in Title IX. We can have Dr. Taylor, I'm giving back to you.
All right, today we'll share some information about our athletics program, including the benefits of participation, how our program operates, and an overview of funding. A significant aspect of athletics is equity and compliance with Title IX. You will hear key data points on how we measure up to Title IX requirements. And finally, we will hear program updates of how the program is evolving, innovating, and preparing for the future. Before I pass things over to Dr. Sullivan, our Director of System-Wide Athletics in Title IX, I do want to point out that there will be a greater emphasis on some of how we utilize our out-of-school time in information that we share with the board and the public. We certainly get our kids for 6.5 hours of the school day for 180 out of 365 days. The question then, of course, comes into play. How are we utilizing the rest of the calendar and the rest of the time to optimize learning? And a big part of that is involvement in extracurricular activities and the correlation between extracurricular activities and other out-of-school time activities and academic performance. Dr. Sullivan.
Thank you, Dr. Taylor. President Rivera-Oven, board members, thank you for this opportunity to showcase MCPS athletics. We are an extension of the classroom, and we're excited to talk about how we support the academic mission of MCPS and talk a little bit about Title IX and how it ensures equitable access across our program and holds us accountable. My presentation today is going to talk a lot about our participation opportunities. It's going to talk about our processes for decision-making, talk about our looking forward and planning for the future as we plan our program, Title IX compliance, and talk about how MCPS athletics continues to evolve to stay relevant with current trends and meet the needs of our student population. We advance to the next slides, please. Next slide. Any conversation about MCPS athletics has to start with our why. And our why is grounded in our RAISE core values: respect and sportsmanship, academic excellence, integrity and character, spirited and safe competition, equity and access. Our core values define everything we do. We expect that from our student athletes on the field, our coaches who are coaching our student athletes, our leaders in our school buildings, leading our respective athletic programs, our communities as they come into our spaces and enjoy athletic competition, and of course, our office as the Department of System-Wide Athletics. Next slide, please. Our sport offerings, an overview of our athletic program. At the high school level, we have 24 sports, 32 varsity teams, and 13 junior varsity teams. We have state-sanctioned sports. Most of our sports operate under the umbrella of a state association. Most are the Maryland Public Secondary Schools Athletic Association, the MPSSAA. Our cheerleading program operates under the Maryland Public Schools State Cheerleading Association. We have our corollary sports program that are full varsity sports that provide students with disabilities opportunities to participate in our program. Pickleball, bocce, and allied softball. We also have sports that are offered by MCPS at the county level. Examples of those sports are boys volleyball, gymnastics, and POMS. At the middle school program, at the middle school level, at our 40 middle schools, our program consists of 4 sports and 7 teams. We have boys and girls slow pitch softball, co-ed cross country in the fall season. In the winter, we have basketball, boys and girls. And in the spring, we have soccer for boys and girls. Currently, the middle school program has historically served our 7th and 8th grade students, and our 6th graders access sports through intramurals that are available at all schools and are catered to the interests of students at their respective schools. Next slide, please. We're very pleased with our participation, especially in the years coming out of the pandemic. It continues to increase. We had at the high school level this year over 24,000 total participants. I did provide a snapshot on this slide of our high sports and low sports for boys and girls. So you can see those figures. One thing I do want to point out is some of the sports have junior varsity and varsity teams. Outdoor track, for instance, at our girls high is 1 team. That's our girls track and field program. But for soccer, we have girls varsity and girls JV. So the number of teams can impact the numbers that you see. Similarly, if you look at boys, for tennis and volleyball, there is 1 team for each of those sports, resulting in those numbers. At the middle school level, we have close to 5,000 total participants across the sports that I mentioned. Next slide, please. The impact and benefits. We believe and know, and it's been proven in research, the benefit of athletics on our students. First, higher academic performance, better GPAs, better in the classroom, increased graduation rates and persistence to graduation, the social emotional benefits and friends and teamwork and finding an identity in the school building, refined life skills, dealing with successes and challenges, winning, losing, managing defeat, learning that even when you play your best game and run your best race, you may not win. How do you deal with that? a stronger sense of self and community. We love and value our role in MCPS in doing just that, bringing our communities together across our program, in our program, across all of our school communities. And MCPS athletics and athletics in general have enhanced outcomes for all students, especially historically marginalized populations. And I did, as a proud Howard University alum, cite my dissertation here because I have done the research and I can speak specifically to the impact of athletics on academic performance and persistence to graduation for African American and Latino males as part of my study, and as the research contributing to my study looked at the broader impact. This is something I'm extremely passionate about, and I want our program to reflect culturally responsive athletics program full of culturally responsive coaches. So we have to look at that through our sport offerings, the mindset of bringing our program to our students, not just waiting for our students to come to our program. Next slide, please. I want to transition to the decision-making process in our program. And we have a regulation, an MCPS regulation, that outlines the process for significant changes to the program. The regulation identifies a group, which I would put up as possibly the longest acronym in MCPS, the Montgomery County Public Secondary Schools Athletic Association, the MCPS-SAA. This is the group of our high school principals who is the decision-making body and governing body of our program. This group recommends adjustments to the program to me as the Director of System-Wide Athletics, subject to the approval of an Associate Superintendent as designee of the Chief. So we do run our significant programs, our program changes through this process. So I'm going to walk you through this process and what it looks like on the next slide. First, we identify the decision points and the questions. Some examples of what would run through this would be the expansion or contraction of sport offerings, significant handbook changes, and overall program decisions. We do not run every single programmatic change through this. These are significant changes that we run through. We collect data and do a program review. Participation number, sport evaluation criteria, which I'll talk about briefly, program operation, of course, costs. What are the competitive opportunities, both in our county and across the state? Staffing availability and applicable program data. We collect stakeholder feedback and consultation. So our athletic directors in our high schools, the MCPS-SAA leadership, our coaches, our Student Athlete Leadership Council, our Booster Club presidents. In recent years, the Leadership Council has served as a group that we have run significant changes through and put board business items, if you will, for us on their agendas, so they are part of that decision-making process. I also want to acknowledge the leadership of our Booster Club presidents. This is a group 8 years ago we brought together and formally meeting once a year, and we have expanded that in recent years to meeting twice a year. That has brought our school communities together and our leaders and our parents to serve as a sounding board for programmatic changes and decisions. We then forward those recommendations to the MCPS-SAA for review and discussion, as outlined in the MCPS regulation. We meet formally 3 times a year. Once in October, we have a joint meeting in January with high school principals and high school athletic directors, and then we meet at the end of the year in May. Next slide, please. Following the action of the high school principals, I then review that and create a recommendation for approval and for review and approval, and forward that to an associate superintendent for review. It's then reviewed and approved, and then it is forwarded to the superintendent for review and approval. And then, depending on what the change may be, it may be appropriate to come to the board for review and approval. So that is, from start to finish, the decision-making process that we have used. for MCPS athletics. Next slide, please. Transitioning to sport evaluation criteria. So I'm not going to go through and talk through each of these bullet points, but I did want to highlight some examples of some things that we look at. Transportation. Transportation is key, especially for our practices for our student athletes, and it's something that we look at when evaluating our sports. The supervision, including the number of coaches, the facilities that are available, the locker room access. Cost and budget implications, of course, is important, and not just the cost year in and year out, but the cost over time. Looking forward to those costs and how do they play out with constant budget challenges that we have. Safety, including qualified instruction, of course, student interest and participation, delivering a program that matches the needs and the interests of our students. Also, the potential expansion to other districts. What are the trends? What are the trends that are out there? And not just with other districts across the state, but the current trends in high school athletics and in collegiate settings. We want to establish pipelines for our students to participate. Next slide, please. As we're evaluating the program, of course, Title IX is a key component of that. And the Office of Civil Rights identifies the three prongs. The three prongs are used when assessing, is a school or a school district in compliance with Title IX? The first prong is substantial proportionality. Does the participation reflect the student population in the district? This is a quantitative method, and it is the most used method because of that. The second prong is the history and continuing practice of expansion. Has the district made recent additions to the underserved gender? The third prong is the full accommodation of interests of underrepresented gender. Does the district meet the interests of all? And so the district would need to demonstrate that it is meeting every need and there are no more programs that could be offered to meet those needs. We in MCPS, the Office of Civil Rights require us to meet at least one prong. We exceed at least two prongs. Next slide, please. The first prong is substantial proportionality and participation. And you can see in the slide the overall student population in MCPS, as well as the participation of our student athletes in this past year. And you can see that we are exceeding the Title IX requirements based on our current participation numbers. Next slide, please. The second prong, expanding participation opportunities for females. These are the actions that we have taken in recent years to expand participation opportunities for females in MCPS athletics. We launched varsity girls flag football in the fall of 2025. This has been an overwhelming success, so much that the Maryland Public Secondary Schools Athletic Association just sanctioned girls flag football as a championship sport. That will begin this fall. We have the continued expansion of girls wrestling in the winter season. We have added a full championship tournament, as well as scheduling and resources to provide additional opportunities for our girls wrestlers. We have our stunt pilot, which you will hear more about in the spring. And we have JV girls flag football. With the transition to state sanctioning this fall, we have the ability through support with the Washington Commanders to expand, due to that interest, the junior varsity level for girls flag football in the upcoming fall season. We exceed the second prong in terms of Title IX compliance. Next slide, please. Budget implications. I want to transition and give a broad overview of how MCPS operates from a budget perspective. The first piece is my office, the Department of Athletics, manages the central funding of the program. The coach stipends are outlined in our extracurricular activities handbook. That account and that budget line is not directly managed by my office, but the hours are calculated in the handbook, and we did a comprehensive review of each and every one of those programs over the past 2 years with MCEA as a partner. So that book outlines all of the stipend hours and the job descriptions for every coaching position as well as all extracurriculars, and are paid at the negotiated hourly rate, which was $18 an hour for this past year. In recent years, we've transitioned officials and referees to a central account. And so you see we have over $1 million in that line item. That account funds all of the officials and referees that are used for our contest each year. We have a field maintenance account that provides additional funding for our stadium fields as well as our practice fields. We have a transportation account that funds MCPS buses. So schools would be responsible for additional charters beyond this account, but almost all of our buses are the MCPS buses, and I want to acknowledge our Department of Transportation for always delivering for us, just being a great partner to our program. We also have an account for security that provides additional funding to schools for operating safe contests. Our gold standard sports medicine program with our high school athletic trainers. We have an account for supplies and services, as well as swimming pool rentals and awards. Those are the centrally managed accounts and an overview of the significant accounts that we have at the central level. Next slide, please. At the school level, we also provide schools with an allocation. So we had $1,152,353 in our high school allocation for this year. There is an equity formula that is used to determine how much of that allocation each school receives. That formula incorporates two major factors. One, it's the school population less farm students, as well as the 3-year average of gate receipts. That creates a sliding scale of allocated funds. The average school allocation is just over $46,000. The expenditure and budget is created by the athletic director at the high school level and approved by the school financial specialist and principal. And there's supplemental funding for field maintenance and security based on school needs. So that budget does get approved, and each income and expenditure is tracked at the high school level. At the middle school level, we have just over $350,000 in an allocation, and that goes toward basic program needs as well as transportation. Transportation at the middle school level is a significant expense for our program. We are not able to use the MCPS buses during the time of the middle school games. So we have to use charter buses, which is extremely more expensive, but we budget that and use and allocate that for each school. An allocation just over $8,800 per school. Again, we have our budget that the athletic coordinator at the middle school prepares that is approved by the financial specialist and the principal. We have also in recent years utilized a lot of grant funding to supplement our program. So our Title IV grant funding, YOLA in our pickleball program, as well as amazing support by the Baltimore Ravens and the Washington Commanders. So we're continuing to actively pursue opportunities to support our program. Next slide, please. Okay, I want to talk a little bit about some of the program changes that we have had in this past year. And the first, I want to talk about gymnastics. The first thing I would like to say is I want to acknowledge the impact of the decision that was announced earlier this year about discontinuing the gymnastics program. I appreciate the advocacy of our student athletes, and I'm extremely proud of them. I'm also proud of the coaches who have led through this last season with the support of their parents. This has been a very challenging spring. It is not in our DNA to cancel or take away. We are always trying to expand and provide opportunities. And so I do want to talk through some of the rationale for the decision for discontinuing gymnastics when it was made. At the national level, there has been an approximately 20% decrease in the past 10 years in girls' gymnastics participation. Boys' gymnastics has only 135 participants nationwide. So there's been a significant decrease from a national perspective. At the state level, MCPS is the last school district in Maryland to offer gymnastics. All of the other districts have discontinued gymnastics, and no district that we've checked with has said they are considering any expansion of gymnastics. We are the last county offering. Some historical perspective, in 1980, there were 22 schools in MCPS with gymnastics. Our boys' gymnastics program was discontinued in 1982, and we have had 7 schools offering gymnastics since 2021. We have one school that this season we are a little concerned with their participation and just kind of reflecting some of the things that we have seen over time. At Springbrook High School, a participation decline this season with 3 student athletes participating as well as a coach vacancy. So with that participation, I mentioned on a previous slide a number of 119 for gymnastics, and that was the participation at the beginning of the season as part of our rostering process. There is a decline during the season. I do want to note the number 79 is the number of students that participated the last week of the season in the 2 meets that we have. We have a championship meet as well as a B meet, a varsity B meet. There are limitations to the number of students participating in that championship meet in terms of the entries. In the B meet, we've had 3 schools last year and 2 schools last year, two schools this year that have not had students participating in that meet. Some of the challenges over time for us have been the difficulty in finding qualified coaches across our program. So in having 7 schools and being able to find the coaches, it's been very hard to think any expansion when we've looked at the current schools and being able to find the qualified coaches to service those schools. The cost of equipment over time and what that would look like in terms of expansion would be a challenge as well, in addition to the participation numbers. I do want to talk through the decision process. I'm not going to rehash and go through each of those things, but I did want to highlight that these decisions were not made by one office or one person. We did talk through several stakeholders along the way. Our Student Athlete Leadership Council that includes 2 or 3 representatives from each of our 25 high schools, voted on this. 44 of the 50, 88% of the council voted in favor of discontinuing gymnastics. Our athletic directors took action. 22 were in favor of discontinuing gymnastics. 3 abstained, none were opposed. Our high school principals, the MCPS-SAA, as I mentioned, was 21 in favor of discontinuing gymnastics, 4 abstentions, none were opposed. Our process was followed, but I do want to acknowledge that our gymnasts and our gymnastics community were not provided the opportunity to provide feedback on the data leading to this decision. We acknowledge the impact of this omission and appreciate their continued advocacy on behalf of gymnastics. As a result, we will continue gymnastics for the 2026-27 school year and work collaboratively with our gymnastics community and MCPS leadership to establish clear and transparent metrics and processes that will guide the 2027 season. To our student athletes, I appreciate your resilience during the past couple of months as you have persevered through these challenging times. You have represented your sport and our program as champions of our raised core values, and I look forward to working with our gymnastics community in the coming year to look at those metrics to guide the spring 2027 season. Next slide, please. We did have a new sport that we piloted in MCPS athletics this past spring as well, stunt. To begin, I want to say, what is stunt? Stunt is not gymnastics. Stunt is not cheerleading. Stunt has tumbling. Stunt has elements of cheerleading. It is sport that is played as a game. It is structured as 4 quarters. Student athletes perform routines simultaneously, side by side. They are scored. One of the appealing parts of this sport is the ability to differentiate the sport based on difficulty. And so we can group schools and teams based on their ability levels and provide a competitive experience for them. The decision to pilot stunt was approved by the Student Athlete Leadership Council at 84%, 42 out of our 50 voters in favor of that, and it was a unanimous decision, 25-0 by our athletic directors, and a unanimous decision by our high school principals initially at 25-0 as well to pilot it. Stunt is also at the NCAA college level just been sanctioned at the Division I, II, and III levels as a championship sport starting this coming school year. Stunt has sped past girls flag football and wrestling. They're coming in the coming years, but stunt is there next year as a championship sport for students. There is also a potential pipeline here as we look at our middle schools as well. And although we don't have a cheerleading or a spirit activity as part of our athletic program, cheerleading is one of the most popular intramural activities at the middle school level, and there is a potential there to, again, provide additional opportunities for students at the middle school level, creating a pipeline of student interest through our program and into college. We also saw with our stunt pilot a demographic participation correlation of our participants, which we are very excited about. Our startup costs have been grant funded to fund this program in the coming years. We had 13 schools with the initial pilot. We met with our high school principals in May, and there was overwhelming positive support and feedback from our principals, and they unanimously support continuing and expanding our pilot program for stunt. There were success stories. We look at schools Northwood and Watkins Mill, 2 schools that have been focus schools for us in terms of student participation. Both had very positive experiences with stunt this past spring. So it is our recommendation to expand the stunt pilot to all schools for the spring 2027 season and continue to assess on a larger scale the success of this activity in our program. Next slide, please. Finally, our middle school program. We continue to look at our middle school program and want to provide some enhancements. Obviously, the budget continues to be a struggle in terms of putting forward more activities, and we'll continue to push and look at ways to do that. One thing we are recommending for this year is to change our rule regarding 6th grade participation. So on a pilot basis, we would recommend that we allow 6th graders to participate in our program. This will infuse participation and provide additional opportunities to our students at the middle school level. We also, with the support of the Washington Commanders, want to pilot some flag football activity in the spring season. And so this is something with the grant funding, we will get creative and work with our schools, our school athletic coordinators, our middle school principals, and our coaches to see what this experience looks like. But we do want to look at, again, expanding the program, utilizing some grant funding, and continuing to identify other opportunities for growth for the program. Again, I want to thank you for the opportunity to share. I know we hit a lot of different areas of the program in this presentation, but I did want to be able to provide an overall status of where we are in MCPS athletics, and I appreciate the opportunity to share with you.
Thank you very much. Okay. Oh, I thought Peter was about to say something. Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt. Before I go to my colleagues, I did not hear some data on stunt that I heard for gymnastics. Could you just give us an idea of how many students are currently taking advantage of the program?
Yes. Our stunt participation was 172
Total?
total
The
students.
district?
Out of how many sites?
13.
Okay, so 172 students, 13 sites, and that is 7th through 12th grade.
No, that's 9th through 12th grade.
Ninth
The high
12th grade.
schools, yes.
Again, I'm sorry, 13 sites and how many?
172.
172.
Students. And this was the first year?
Yes. So we announced this stunt pilot in the middle of February, and in short fashion, stood up a very short pilot experience for students to try and just get an overall sense of would this be an activity that could potentially work.
And we currently have, 80 kids, I think you said? I'm sorry, I lost my place. In gymnastics? 119.
We have 119 students.
119.
Yes.
And there's 7 sites?
And
Yes.
7 sites.
That was our preseason rostering. Yep.
Okay. Thank you. I just wanted to get the numbers correctly. So I'll open to, and I'm going to go to our school board member, student board member, Ms. Anuva.
Thank you. I'll try to keep it one question per round. You mentioned for the numbers that the Student Athlete Leadership Council was consulted when determining different results for different sports. Does Sal contain any gymnastic athletes? And if so, what are the numbers?
I don't know that. We'd have to do a correlation of which sports, and we have the list of, we could run a roster correlation of how many. I would just need to confirm that.
All right, if we could see that then, thank you.
Do you have one more question, Ms. Anuva, if you want? Why don't you just, if you have,
It's okay to
you
ask
can go
them all.
ahead. Oh, okay, you got it, okay. Ms. Stewart.
Sure. A question I have is, which sports have big waiting lists? You know, kids that are interested, but they're not able to participate. Do we have that kind of information? And boys and girls and maybe demographic, I don't know, some kind of breakdown.
We could, that's going to be a school-by-school type thing. I did show some of the more popular participation numbers across the county. It could vary by school. We could do an analysis of the number of registrations, total registrations of people signing up. We could provide that information.
It's just good to know where the demand exactly is, because going forward, we will have constrained budgets, right? So we're going to have to hit realities moving forward in our system. So it'd be good to have that data. I also wanted, you probably said it, but there was so much in here. I just want to make sure I got this right. On the budget implications from slide 14, the field maintenance line, is that for all of our fields? What fields does that include, the 1 million?
That's going to include our stadium fields, so our artificial turf stadium fields, as well as an allocation for our grass fields. And then we do have some additional funding that we can provide for baseball and softball field maintenance. And so the way that we do that in terms of the additional fields is we also incorporate our adopt-a-fields into that conversation. So if there are adopt-a-field partnerships, those are taken care of, and we're able to provide additional resources to the schools that do not have those.
And that continues on page 15. There's another allocation, supplemental funding for field maintenance and security. So is that?
That money is coming from the other line item.
Okay, so
Yes.
that's the
Centrally
separate-
managed account that is pushed out to the high schools.
Okay.
Yes.
And where did the boosters come in on all the maintenance?
So the boosters supplement that maintenance beyond that, depending on the school by school. And through our allocation, we try to provide schools, all schools with support, and schools that do not have the higher level of booster club support with additional support.
So there's a lot of pots of money for our field maintenance. At some point, and I think we've touched on this before, but I don't think I've ever seen like an actual analysis of all the different pots of money and the percentage breakdown, et cetera. So it would be good to get a hold of that, because there are some fields that do worse than others, right? And where are the resources? Can we somehow get extra resources to those particular fields? And how are the boosters doing in particular schools that might make it harder for them to actually have a field that performs as well as a school with more booster funding? So I'm just trying to get a handle around that, and also look at where maybe as a board we can help encourage those funds to go to have more equity in that space. Thank you.
Ms. Montoya.
Thank you. I wanted to just go back to something that Ms. Rivera-Oven asked about in terms of the number of students. On slide 5, you kind of did like a high-low, like basically like the ends of the range, right? What are some sports where we have the highest number of students participating, and then sports where we have the lowest number of students participating, differentiated by boys and girls? Why isn't stunt included in the girls' low, since it has 172 students?
I did not include the pilot program in there. It's not, at the time, an official activity as part of the program.
Okay. That would have been important for us, given the conversation that we're trying to have today, right?
Yep.
That's come up several times. I have some questions about I was pointing to Ms. Malou, but she stepped out for a moment. On SALC as well, I'm wondering the gender composition of the Student Leadership Council. So if we don't have that, if we can just add that to the request made by Ms. Malou. I actually had asked if there was any gymnasts as well, but Ms. Malou covered that. And then I'm also wondering, in your slides, you mentioned that during the process, that if we're going to eliminate a sport, we seek consultation or feedback. Was that sought from the coaches of gymnastics?
We met last spring, but we did not come with the coaches of gymnastics, but we did not come back to the coaches or the gymnasts and seek additional input in that decision.
Okay, so there was that meeting, but so if that's a part of the process.
So I think as part of the process, we are going to create a standalone process for eliminating or discontinuing a sport that will ensure that it has that stakeholder feedback in the process.
Right, but don't we have that process? I guess I'm confused, because we went through a whole, like, this is how we decide, and it would seem like this is one of the decision-making process would apply to that. So I'm confused about establishing a process when we already have one.
I think the process is whether or not we went back and asked for additional feedback. It was very clear from the coaches that they wanted the gymnastics program to stay, and we knew that the gymnasts wanted the program to stay. We were doing a data analysis of the program, and I will own the fact that we did not go back in that process to the gymnasts and to the gymnastics coaches again and ask through that process.
And I just really want to, sorry.
No, I'm sorry. I mean, we ran through the checkpoints of that process without going back and getting additional stakeholder feedback.
Right, and I just want to really, whether it's gymnastics or something else, right? It's not just about finding out whether or not they want the program to continue. Like, obviously they do, but there might be really important points that we need to consider that we have not, or the lived experience, right? I'm not a gymnast, so I don't know. So yes, I need to hear from them. And with all due respect, Mr. Sullivan, I don't think you're a gymnast either, right? And so we need to hear from them, because you're basing it based on data and these various points that you're getting, but they deserve an opportunity to provide that same type of information, data, and information to be considered as well, not just, well, we know that you want it to stay here, right? So I just really want to emphasize that point, because we don't need to establish a process. We have one. We just didn't follow it.
So, Jeff, Mr. Sullivan, the reason why we wanted this briefing was, and I heard you own it. I think you did say I own it. That the process was not followed the way it was supposed to be. Did I hear that right?
You did hear that right.
Okay. I appreciate that. I think part of being educators is that, there's a lot of humans involved in education. No one is perfect, and I appreciate that, and I think the folks who have been advocating for this have also. What makes me sad, though, honestly, is that seeing how we are home to one of the greatest gymnasts, here, who grew up in our, in our backyard, who went to my alma mater, who's a great gymnast, Dominique Doze, who I think just opened another facility and so on. It saddens me that, because I wanted to be a gymnast when I was little, and my family could not afford it. That's the reality. I was an 80s baby, and I was young and eager, and I remember my mom signed me up for classes, and I went the first couple of months, and then unfortunately, as a single mom, we just could not afford it. But I love gymnastics. I love to see it. It's my favorite sport in the Olympics. I will hope that we could meet with our young folks who really love the sport, and I want to thank them for their leadership, for being here, for advocating. And I hope you take this into your future, into your lives as adults, that it is so important to advocate for yourselves and for others who might not have a voice. That is an important lesson. If anything you have learned in this process, I want you to take that away, that I think we're very blessed in this county to have all these opportunities and to have young people like yourselves, but take that into adulthood and advocate not just for this issue, but for others as well. So I just want to say, to the dedication of you young athletes and the love of your sport, we saw you, we heard you, that's why we're here. But with that being said, I will hope there be a way. I know we're doing this for another year. I will hope that we can help, because they're going to grow up, they're going to go on to college, they're going to graduate, right? And there's a new generation. I will hope that we can find a way, and I don't know what that is yet, that we can transition some of that passion and love that we have for gymnastics in that little community, and see if we can work with those, maybe outside the school system, that might be willing to work with our young athletes who love the sport, But I personally want to thank you for saying, yep, we messed up. We did, we should have gone back to our folks. I see the vote. The vote was very clear of what the majority, voted and so on. But as a school system, we need to hear our young people. It's just, it's just part of it, because we want them to become adults that are committed and involved in the future. So I appreciate your leadership. I appreciate you owning it to it. I think that is important when we as adults say, yep, made a mistake, and I am sorry. But that was very important for me to hear today. And I think it was very important for our young folks to hear that as well. Anyone else? Ms. Anuba, hello, welcome back. Go ahead.
I also want to second Ms. Rivera-Evans' comments, and once we do get the data back on which athletes are participating in the South Council, I also want to say that I think from an equity lens standpoint, if there were not any gymnastic representatives on that council or any other sports, for example, that are not represented on that council, then we need to move forward and look into at least ensuring that there's one representative from each sport attending these meetings. Otherwise, I personally do not think that's fair. Thank you.
And Anuva, when you stepped out for a moment, I also asked about the gender composition of the SOC.
I'd like to +1 on that. We shouldn't make decisions without folks in the room.
Okay. Thank you very much for your presentation. We look forward to the follow-up questions.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. And thank you all the folks who came here today. Bless you. I wish you all well. Next on the agenda.
There you go.
Resolutions. Essie.
As they're getting situated, as the board may remember, Madam President,
Yep.
this time last year, we started a new tradition in MCPS to take a look at previous resolutions that the board has passed. We took a deep dive into many, many years of resolutions, and we now affectionately call this Resolution Roundup, where we get to get a status update on resolutions that the board has adopted and where we are with those status updates and the work that lays ahead. And I'm going to pass things over to the Chief Staff, Essie McGuire, to talk through this year's Resolution Roundup.
Thank you, and I'm very excited to be presenting on Resolution Roundup to you today. As Dr. Taylor said, the last time we brought this to you was last year, and we had not done any kind of review of outstanding board resolutions in quite some time at that time. So we did bring a more it was a very comprehensive, looking at several years roundup last year. This year we have fewer to cover, which is great because, again, we have closed a number of them out. But in that process, we have developed a tracking system just so that we have one landing spot where we can ensure that the follow-up that's needed for resolutions, for board resolutions, is in one place. All the offices can have access to it, and we can ensure consistency in our follow-up on these board actions. So the first one I'd like to cover or speak to today is a resolution that actually came from our most recent student member of the board, Mr. Suvarna, and he had put forward a resolution that the board approved regarding an annual mental health work group. Certainly, this is one that took some initial actions as outlined in the resolution, and certainly we can appreciate after some of the challenging budget discussions that we're having that this is one that will have some ongoing, very much an ongoing important role for us as we continue to look at the resources that we do have and our important collaboration with the Department of Health and Human Services. So what you see here, again, are just some of the actions that work group has taken in the last year. It was formed last spring following the approval of the resolution, has continued to meet and go through some of the work that is currently underway with the Council's Office of Legislative Oversight, continuing to meet again in collaboration with our county partners as well. So this is one that will be ongoing, but again is certainly well underway. This next piece that we want to speak to relates to a request that the board put forward in a resolution for the superintendent and his team to work with gathering community engagement and discussion around the community engagement and school safety programs. And so certainly this is again one that will have ongoing work associated with it. What you see here outlined for you are that we have taken a number of what I would frame to be sort of initial framing steps, but we know that we are going to be embarking on some more in-depth conversations with our community, with focus groups, and with, again, various portions of our school staff, student, family, communities to really talk more about those experiences and perspectives with school safety and security, and specifically the the community engagement program. And we do know that our work with our law enforcement partners and reviewing our MOU with them will be part of that follow-up from that outreach. One of the next resolution was one related to local preference for procurement contracts. And this is one that we, again, are continuing to work through, continuing to understand the law around this and really benchmark with our neighboring districts, benchmark with other public entities as well, not just school systems, but other public entities. Montgomery County government, for example, is one entity that we are, again, looking to benchmark with, as they also are working through this issue. And so one of the pieces that we have added is including location in our reports to the board, so you can see local and regional participants and participation rates in your regular procurement reports. And again, we're going to continue to work with our legal services and our sister agencies to continue to make progress in this area. And so finally, I would speak to the resolution that was recently put forward by our current student member of the board. And I just would say that there are some initial things that we have adopted that you see here that we know we can implement for next year. But in addition to that, we do know that this is another one that we will carry forward into future years, and that we know that particularly in middle school and also in our high schools, we know there are going to be some schedule changes and other changes that we need to look at. And this is one that will give us the opportunity to continue to carry this forward and continue to embed it even more deeply in our schools. And that, I believe, should take us all the way through.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Great information. Thank you for the work. And I'm going to be moving to the next, unless, Ms. Montoya, you have a quick question?
I do have a quick item, and I did let Ms. Malou know prior to today's session that I would mention this. On the student support time resolution, which was Ms. Malou's passed not too long ago, I specifically recall asking that in supporting the resolution, we weren't necessarily going to be changing the advisory schedules of schools who maybe had, right? There are some schools who already have an advisory period and they use it in a particular way or whatnot. And I just recall asking that this didn't mean that every middle school now had to have a 30-minute increment, because some of them had various things, or that they wouldn't be forced to use a particular structure. It didn't have to be the same across schools. But then when I saw this, I felt like that's exactly what happened. And that was, again, that's why I specifically asked. And I supported the idea of, because I know there are some schools that don't have advisory, and I want them to have that. But I would not have raised my hand for this resolution if this was how it was going to be implemented, which is exactly why I asked those questions.
So nothing has been implemented. The resolution was actually to form a work group to investigate.
That's why I was surprised,
And that is what has happened, is that we are forming a work group and have started some of that work to investigate how to implement any changes before we actually make any changes. So there's a long road ahead on this one, because this is fairly significant.
I guess that just doesn't seem like that's the message I'm getting from action taken.
So what I think, and we may have been overeager in our writing, but it does say that it's being recommended. And so I do think that one of our responses, and I could have been more clear, one of our responses is to talk with principals about the substance of this. And as you said, encourage principals to say, what is it that you can do? Here are some recommendations to include this kind of approach in your work this year. But as Dr. Taylor said, I think the second part is what we are looking to formalize going in the future as we as this work group does that work, and as we would unfold that in the context of other schedule changes that are going to have to take place, that I think we've also talked about. But so it's in progress, and the piece that we are trying to have in progress for next year is a recommendation and working with principals around the idea that has been put forward.
Okay, I just want us to be mindful that each school has its own school culture. The principals there know their school communities. They know what they need or not. And I just don't want us to get into some cookie cutter presentation section. I mean, I have kids that age. They're just going to tune out if that's not what they need. And so that is a very serious concern that I have here. Because again, this is not presented as like, yeah, if they want to do it, they can do it. And I'm already hearing rumblings about schedule changes at the middle school level where things are being removed that are beneficial for students. So I'm just a little concerned about that we're already full steam ahead. So thank you for the explanation, though.
Ms. Stewart.
This will be quick. On slide 3 on the annual mental health work group, I believe this was also started by a student board member. And I would love to have a report to us during a meeting, because we just made a very difficult vote that will affect the way kids access mental health support. So this is so important. And I want to hear directly from kids. How easy or hard is it for them to access supports, and how we can use that information to do better. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. McGuire. Appreciate it. Moving on, because we still have quite a bit. Item 12, leveling up, 2026-2027. Dr. Taylor.
All right, so this is the big one. Last year, we presented updates to regulations and practices in anticipation for the following school year. One of the requests that the board made last year was to have that at the early set of June and not later into the summer. We agree. So we are sharing with you information according to different areas of the organization where we anticipate making some changes and some adjustments, and to give you some forecast of the direction that we're heading going into the 27-28 school year, because a lot of decisions that the board made during this year actually take effect not for this upcoming year, but actually for a year from now. So we wanted to give you some preview as to not just this upcoming year, but also what you can anticipate as some general brushstrokes going into 27-28. So I believe we're going to kick things off with Mrs. Porter, our Chief Academic Officer, and our distinguished panel of experts. Expert chief officers. Go ahead, Mrs. Porter.
Okay, thank you very much, and good evening. So we've made a lot of really great upgrades and changes this school year to many areas across all of our divisions. And so we are going to be talking today about our reflections based on data, based on survey results, and other changes that may be coming about based on state, MSDE, or just best practice. And so we are going to be talking about those changes today and what we've learned. We'll talk about the data a little bit and what changes we'll be making for next school year, and then what we are thinking beyond that. Some of the changes are actually related to, and if you can go to the next slide, please. Some of the changes are actually related to regulations. And so before I get started with what's happening in the Division of Teaching and Learning, I'm going to hand it over to Ms. Seabrook, who will just talk about regulations.
Good afternoon, board members. I'm Robin Seabrook. I am the Chief Legal Officer for MCPS. Just wanted to, before we get started on substantive, dig into the substance of the presentation, just wanted to say that the board recently passed policy BFA, policy setting. And as part of that, passed some revisions to that policy. And as part of that, the board asked us to revise the piece regarding regulations. and regulation development to make sure that the community and the board had advanced notification of those changes and that it was posted to the public for notification. So I wanted to let you know, I wanted to just put that out there. As we go through this presentation today, you'll see some references to regulation amendments that need to occur before next school year. And many of them, I think most of them that you'll see here, have been posted in red line form already to the public. And there is a mechanism there for public to give feedback. And so that is in alignment with your new BFA policy setting change regarding regulation development. So I wanted to put that out there today so that you know that those red lines are up. Okay?
Thank you. So if you go to the next slide, we're each going to just go through our division work. You can stop there and just talk about some of the changes and things that we are looking for in 27-28. So I want to start with our homework. We know the importance of homework and the importance of having our students really focus on what they've been learning in the classroom. Maryland State Department of Education did put out a homework review guidance document, and while it is not a mandate, they are highly recommending that we really take a look at it and look at our own regulations around homework. So we are not making any changes for this upcoming school year, but we are going to dig into their guidance document and then determine what changes we want to make the following school year, particularly as it relates to some recommended time for each level, elementary, middle, and high school, the purpose of any types of assignments that we may be giving. We don't want to just do busy work, but we really want it to be very meaningful. We want our families to be engaged, and so we will be talking more about those expectations throughout the school year and collecting some data around how schools are implementing homework at this time, if at all, and so we just want to have a level of consistency. If you go to the next slide, please. That is grading and reporting. We did collect some survey data from our students, staff, and families. One thing that I think was pretty consistent is that everyone knew about the changes to grading and reporting. From there, we did see some inconsistencies that we still want to work through. There are some schools that really held to the regulation, were very strict to the regulation, and then we still had some schools that may have interpreted things differently, and as a result we are cleaning up some of our definitions and really making sure that there's not confusion. So deadlines, we want to make sure we're very clear about defining what that is, defining that there's no work after the deadline. There was an error in the current regulation, so a 0.5 or higher, like 89.5 is an A, things of that nature. We just want to make sure we clean up. Attendance, absences, particularly related to skipping class. We got a lot of feedback that there are students who may skip and then are able to make up work. So we are really making sure that we're tightening up on that issue. Integrity, zeros, academic dishonesty, and also including a statement around AI, and that there will be some progressive discipline for students. As we go through AI use this year and training, we will have the expectation that students will demonstrate honesty around that use. We are clarifying what it means to be able to retake a course. We've had some challenges with confusion around the language and also our reassessments. taking a maximum of 2 per quarter as opposed to having multiple reassessment opportunities for students. So we're decreasing the amount of reassessment opportunities, I should say. And so that language you will find, as Ms. Seabrook mentioned, posted, and you can see all the specific language. And then as we look for 2027 and 8 and beyond, we will be looking at credit recovery redesign and also just how we engage our students in school once they are there and really encouraging them to come to school. Next slide, please, is around Regulation JEBRA, placement, promotion, retention, and acceleration of students. This is specifically related to MSCE's literacy policy at the elementary level, which does discuss the potential for retaining a student if they do not meet certain academic scores. And so that language will be in there in addition to what is called a good cause exemption. And that is for students maybe who have an IEP or who are English learners and are making adequate progress. They would be exempt from that rule. It also speaks to the student improvement plans that are required for students who are not reading on level. So those are some of the changes that you will see posted online. Next slide, please. Comprehensive health education is making some changes at the state level to their standards. And so if you were to look at that one online, you would see the specific language to health education and some language around privacy of students listed there. And we will be moving, if you can look at 27, 28 and beyond, moving some of our lessons to different grade levels. Next slide, please. This one is not a regulation, but it is an area of focus that we are excited about. We're calling it out of school time, but really just acknowledging that when students have extracurricular activities and other opportunities to participate outside of school, they are more likely to be engaged and graduate. And so we want to make sure that we have opportunities for our students through expanding middle school, summer school. We'll be collecting data to just understand where our students are participating in after-school activities, looking at interventions like IXL, that's math and literacy interventions. We're excited about something Dr. Taylor is introducing called March Madness for some healthy competition for our students that we will introduce during the school year. And we also want to just make sure that as we look across regions that we have opportunities for students to engage in after-school activities throughout the county. So that will be a part of what we are doing. And then through the blueprint, there's the requirement for the 6-year college and career ready plan. And part of that plan, we want to make sure that our students have some type of out-of-school time activity as a part of their plan. Next slide, please. And this is my final slide, just an update on our emergent multilingual learners. We're really excited about the fact that our EML students demonstrated an increase in their exits of using the WIDA exam. And so we have I believe it's like 2.4 increase in students who exited the LD program. And so some things that we can look forward to is a streamline of our registration process and screening process for our students. We are also working with our ELA, our social studies, and our resource teachers in ELD are going to be collaborating throughout all of next year to make sure that our teachers, who are the content teachers, have the language supports to be able to support students. And we are also looking at continuing to enhance our data dashboard and providing training for our students. So those are some of the changes for next year. The following year, we will streamline our K registration process and continue to do more work around staffing standards for EMLs as we move forward. So I'm going to turn it over, if you can go to the next slide, to the next division.
Good afternoon, Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Taylor. I am Dr. Margaret Cage. I am the Chief Student Support Officer. I'll be here today to share with you some key learnings and strategic directions for Division of Specialized Support Services. This year provided the Division of Specialized Support Services with an important opportunity to reflect on both our strengths and our areas for growth across our instructional practices, our student support, and our operational structures through a special education and also a well-being lens. Through data analysis, stakeholder feedback, monitoring processes, cross-department collaboration, several key themes consistently emerged that are now shaping our priorities moving into the next school year. Just to share with you a few data points that we've learned over this year, our students with IEPs graduating with a regular diploma based off of our indicator reports from MSDE. We are currently meeting our state target with that. Our dropout rates for students with IEPs have also gotten better, and we are also meeting our state target with that. If you have not heard, we have 3 of the most healthiest schools in America, which speaks to our broader commitment to student well-being. On the flip side, we still have a few areas from our data where growth is definitely needed. Approximately 61% of the indicators that I spoke about earlier were identified as non-compliant, highlighting the need for stronger accountability structures and implementation monitoring. We have also seen an increase in our MSDE corrective action cases, complaints, and monitoring actions during our 25-26 school year. These findings reinforce the need for clear operational guidance, stronger monitoring systems, and more aligned accountability structures across our schools and also central services. So as you see outlined here, we have 4 buckets of focus. System-wide consistency and accountability was one of our clearest lessons learned this year, and it was the importance of building stronger system-wide consistency and accountability across all schools and departments. While we do have many strong practices along with many strong foundations, implementation continues to vary from school to school. We have identified the need for clear operational guidance, aligned expectations, and greater consistency in how procedures, instructional practices, and student supports are implemented. In our instructional and staff capacity, another major takeaway has been the continued need to strengthen our instructional and staff capacity at all levels of the system. Staff consistently identified the need for expanded professional learning opportunities, particularly around evidence-based instructional practices, inclusion supports, behavioral intervention, crisis responses, and compliance expectations. In our inclusive and equitable student support, this year reinforced the importance of strengthening inclusive and equitable student support across our schools and programs, because our students benefit most when our supports are proactive, coordinated, and aligned to the least restrictive environment. Our data reinforces the importance of strengthening our inclusive practices, our behavioral supports, and early intervention systems. In our final bucket, data monitoring and outcomes, data continue to reinforce the importance of using evidence-based instructional practices and data-driven decisions. We highlighted the need for stronger systems to monitor student outcomes, service effectiveness, compliance implementation, attendance, disproportionality trends, and overall program effectiveness. And those areas are also measured in our indicator reports from MSDE. Moving forward, the 4 priorities discussed in the slide are directly informing our strategic work for the 2026-2027 school year and beyond. Rather than focusing on isolated initiatives, we are committed to building a more coherent, equitable, and sustainable special education system. Next slide, please. Strengthening special education system. One of the major priorities will be the development and launch of our special education playbook. This is a complement to the MCPS strategic plan from a special education lens. This resource will serve as a unified framework, providing clear operational guidance, aligned expectations, and greater consistency in instructional practices. In addition, the Division of Specialized Support will also implement a comprehensive professional development plan designed to strengthen staff capacity at all levels: teachers, administrators, paraeducators, related service providers, and support staff. This work will focus on evidence-based practices, inclusive instruction, behavioral supports, compliance expectations, and student-centered planning. For 2027 and beyond, our expansion, accountability, and long-term systems, as we incorporate our foundational systems and we establish those systems, the district's work will transition into implementation, monitoring, and long-term sustainability. Next slide, please. The work planned around compliance for 2026, 2027, and beyond is focused on creating stronger, more consistent systems. During the 2026-2027 school year, we will focus on compliance structures aligned to our federal and state requirements. One of the key lessons learned this year is that our schools need more consistent operational guidance and clear expectations to support implementation across programs. To address this need, we are developing consistent guidance documents that will include operational guidance, accountability structures to support our schools in the implementing procedure and processes with greater consistency and clarity. In addition to creating guidance documents, we will also launch our differentiated monitoring and support, which I will further call DMS monitoring, with a beginning with training and simulated monitoring activities for knowledge building sessions for school leaders, staff, and central services staff for the 2026-2027 school year. If you're not familiar with DMS monitoring, this is a structured monitoring and accountability system used to ensure compliance with federal and state special education requirements, while also improving student outcomes, consistency, and implementation across schools. In 2027 and beyond, we will transition from the foundational training into full implementation of our DMS monitoring activities. Just to let you know, that work will include conducting formal monitoring processes throughout the 2027-2028 school year and beyond. Next slide, please. The Special Education Strategic Playbook, as I referenced earlier, this represents one of the district's most significant system alignment efforts moving forward. This work is designed to create a unified framework that strengthens consistency and accountability while also looking at instructional practices to inform student outcomes across our schools. We will be launching the Foundation for System-Wide Alignment in 2026 and 2027 with our strategic playbook. An important part of this work will be increasing stakeholder engagement and strengthening feedback loops with staff, families, school leaders, and community partners. We recognize that sustainable improvement requires continuous collaboration, shared problem solving, and ongoing stakeholder voice throughout implementation. In 2027 and 2028 and beyond, as the playbook becomes operationalized across the district, the work will shift into a broader strategic growth phase, focus on refinement, accountability, and again, sustainability. Next slide, please. I also mentioned earlier the Special Education Professional Development Plan, which I am extremely excited about. This is one of the clearest themes that emerged this year, and that was that we need to strengthen staff capacity and create more consistent instructional and operational practices. The Special Education Professional Development Plan is designed to directly address those needs through a comprehensive long-term professional learning framework. During the 2026-2027 school year, we will establish this professional learning framework, definitely aligned to the MCPS strategic plan, future-ready priorities, IDEA requirements, and the blueprint for Maryland's future. We are definitely looking to strengthen educator capacity and to provide high-quality instruction, inclusive practices, and differentiated support. The framework was developed in response to system-wide needs, data analysis, compliance reviews, stakeholder feedback, implementation challenges, observed inconsistencies in instructional and operational practices across our schools. 2027, 2028, and beyond, we will continue implementing sustained, job-embedded, and evidence-based professional learning opportunities. Next slide, please. As a Department of Specialized Support Services, we are continually strengthening alignment between district practices and federal and state special education requirements. As I've mentioned before, continuity, accountability, instructional quality, and equitable student outcomes are at the core of everything that we do. Next slide, please.
All right, before we jump into school leadership, I'm going to take the temperature of the board. This is a very lengthy presentation, so I'm going to ask my team to just hit the highlights as we progress forward. But Madam President, if anybody's got a quick question, it might be a good time to break it up, because this was pretty meaty in terms of instructional content,
It's a 10
special
department. We try to
education.
bite it in 1 hour.
But we do need to hit a bunch of these highlights for you, and I'll ask my team to be expeditious.
I appreciate it. This has been already a very, very long day. So this is no reflection on you ladies. We appreciate your work, truly.
And gentlemen.
And gentlemen.
Oh, I'm so sorry. See, I got you, Dr. Moran.
We subbed out, Nikki.
And Peter. So this is no reflection of how we feel or not feel about your work. In fact, this is something we had asked for last year, and I know this is a time when usually we can get all this information. I think some of our brains are already kind of a little bit beyond exhausted. There's just so much you can take after a day like today. So please, this is no reflection on any of you. So with that being said, if we could ask, I know Ms. Montoya, you have to go to do something with your kiddos. Would you like to ask your
Yes,
questions?
thank you. And I do apologize, I do have to leave because it's the end of the school year and there's ceremonies going on for kids, and my kid gets to be in one today. So I will follow up with you, Dr. Cage, just to learn more about DMS monitoring, just for my own informational. So I'll just send you an email for that. I actually have a question for Ms. Porter, and it is in regards to the cleaning up of the regulation. Which I completely understand, because sometimes once we implement something, we don't realize someone doesn't understand this or that. Like, that makes sense to me. My concern is for the students, because if we had some schools that were interpreting something one way or applying it one way versus another, then it seems like it's possible that students at different schools could have gotten different grades for different things. And I'm just thinking about like college applications, select programs, advanced coursework, where those are what's being looked at. And so, and I'm going to phrase it this way, and I think you know where I'm going, like, how do we clean up the students' grades then based on that? Or what do we do with that piece?
So there's always been inconsistency. I think we're getting better every year. And so and we have been in contact with some schools that have raised questions. We've clarified certain things we may get a question that then we go back to everybody and say, listen, this is what we're doing as a district. And we've received some questions from families and students and things of that nature, so we have been working with schools. But our goal now that we have received information is really to clarify. So some of what is being clarified in the document are based on things that have come to us that we've had to address.
Okay, so throughout the school year, when people bring things, you're engaging with them, providing that clarity, then sending it out kind of system-wide to make sure everyone's trying to get on the same page to try to really minimize as much as possible.
Correct.
Right, even with the clearest of regulations, we're going to have inconsistencies because there's just different schools and different people, right?
Correct.
Okay, so just trying to minimize what we can. Okay, thank you.
Ms. Yang.
I am asking this on behalf of all students and parents who are anxiously looking at this for the grading and reporting on page 5. It says rounding. Grading scales rounded up to 0.5 or higher. What does that mean?
So that is actually one thing that has been in play for years.
Okay.
It just never got changed in the regulation.
Okay.
So 89.5.
You will round it to 90.
It'll be an A. In the regulation, it just says 90, but it's been changed. It's been a practice that we've had for actually a number of years. It's just never changed in the regulation.
Does that mean, okay, this is for assignment, right? That you gave me an example. That's for assignment, right? Or is that for final grade?
That's the grade.
Oh, that's the final semester grade, 89.5. We'll round it up to 90.
Correct.
Okay. That doesn't mean we round the two alphabets. Okay, so does that mean we round the alphabet? A, B is 4, and 3 is 3.5. Does that mean that?
No.
No.
It does not. I mean, we're using numbers and percentages now.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Ms. Porter?
Yes.
For the emergent multilingual section.
Yes.
I wanted to ask, for a long time, we've been talking about placing first and second year English language learners in high school English classes so that they could get standards-based English ELA, not English, ELA instruction. That's been happening for years now, correct? And could you talk about the professional development that happens so that teachers are able to do that effectively?
Yes, so we Dr. Morales, Ms. Morales and her team are working with our ELA department and our social studies department to make sure that when our EML students are in those content areas, those teachers know how to provide them the language objectives and are able to pull out that academic language for the students. So it's making the learning more accessible to them. So they are having professional development not only throughout the summer, but they're going to have it every marking period, and also talk about how they are going to incorporate that with the planning. Some of our high school students that come as newcomers may get a double period, so they'll have ELD instruction for language, and then they will also have ELA instruction as well. So they're kind of getting a double period of that ELA.
But this is not new this year.
That's not new. That's not new. It's just the collaboration with the content
specialists that we are going to plan out for the year.
And we've been placing them in ELA, high school ELA from the start?
From
As
the
newcomers?
start, in addition to they'll have their ELD instruction as well. That
Okay. I have follow-ups, but I'll reach out to you separately.
Okay.
Thank you.
On the out-of-school time slide, 8.
stuff. Yes.
Data and partners. Data and partners, I was just, how are those two related exactly?
So we want to collect data on what partners schools are using, because we have our own central office partners that we use, but we know that schools have a lot of other partnerships. And so as we are collecting data and helping develop this 6-year college and career ready plan, we want to be able to make sure that we know what resources are out there and how many of our students actually don't have any type of out-of-school plan. So we'll be collecting data to just get a sense of that as we move forward.
I'd really be interested in seeing this data because there's a lot on here. Athletics, performing arts, tutoring, and internships. Tutoring is a place I think we have, or inconsistent. I haven't seen a full plan. I would love to see that. So this would help. And also under resources, update refrigerator curriculum. This is part of out of school time. Can you explain this?
It's not really a part of out of school time, but it just really is helping our families know what the resources are, what their child will be learning for each marking period. And then we are looking at additional resources to provide parents as we move forward. A lot of our new curriculum will have some really great resources for families, videos, answer keys, all kinds of things that we're really excited to share with families.
So embedded in the refrigerator curriculum will be resources parents can use at home?
It may not be in the refrigerator
okay.
curriculum. It may just be an additional resource that we provide.
And I have heard that sometimes there's been straying away from the refrigerator curriculum, right? It's a big system, and how are we working on accountability so that individual classes don't stray? And if they do, and a parent brings it up, they go to the principal. Is that, because I do, sometimes this comes up.
Yes, they should certainly go to their principal first, and then we can work with the schools. With our curriculum, our literacy at the elementary and secondary level, there are specific, obviously, standards that we expect schools to teach at a specific time. And then there are resources that go along with those. And so they should be sticking to those resources. And if they're deviating greatly, then we certainly would want to know about that.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I would like to have 2 follow-ups if I can, or maybe one is not a follow-up. But just very quickly, when you talk about the data for the partners that Ms. Stewart was talking about, I was trying to visualize what that looks like, and I can't. Because you have so many partners, so I'm trying to see the actual collection. Are you going to share a one-point data place where people are going to be able to send it to a centralized?
That we have to work out. So it's a good question. We just have we have partners that we work with through central office.
Give me an example, because I'm like, just give me an example. Like
identity.
Okay.
We work with identity.
All right.
Or we work with certain rec centers.
Okay.
But then there are schools who also have partnerships. And so we just want to have a better sense of what partnerships are out there, working with our schools and our students. And as we look also at regions and look at kind of heat maps, we just want to know where the resources are that we can tap into to support students as we look at after-school time activities. So it really is data collection. We
don't have a good sense outside of what we do in Central.
Okay, so this is a question for Ms. Kim to the actual of how that's going to happen. I guess I'm trying to visualize the how. I know how, I know you have this vision. I'm just trying to see how is that going to be implemented. Maybe you don't have that.
We don't have that yet.
Okay. Maybe I'm getting ahead.
This is the work next school year.
Okay. And now.
We'll talk about it.
Yeah. FYI.
Yeah.
With the EML, let's jump to the EML. Thank you for saying there. With the EML registration, so the screening happens now 1st grade through 12th grade, correct?
So actually, we have kind of two processes taking place currently. For a lot of our older students who come from other countries, they might go through our admissions office to be screened and then placed. Margarita Borkas and her team, they do a lot with looking at transcripts and making determinations about where students should be in terms of grade level and things of that nature. And then we also have students who just go straight to their home school and register, and the ELD teacher might assess them there, or we may look at their transcripts. So now we're trying to streamline the process so that it all happens in one space. And so we're going to start with grades 1 through 12 to register the students, look to see if they need any type of assessment, and have a more welcoming space before having them in the school.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. But I'm trying to see, where is that space? Is that going to be in the Margarita shop?
Yes.
Okay, so everything's going to be centralized, kind of like what we've been saying that is for a few years, that the centralization of that should be in one place.
Yes.
So there can actually be a good follow-up for our students. Okay, I like that.
Yeah. And then the following year, we'll look at kindergarten, but right now, we're going to keep kindergarten at the local school.
Okay, so you knew exactly what I was going to ask next, Nikki, because I think you have known me for all these years. That is my biggest concern right now. I think it's the placement of the vetting of kindergartens. It is very different across the district. So that centralization of doing that, because then I feel like we're doing catch up after our kiddos do not have the right evaluation in kindergarten, if that makes sense.
It does. We're just trying to make it manageable in our first year, so 1 through 12, and then we'll add the K.
Ms. Yang?
Yes, one clarification on slide number 5, integrity. 0 for academic dishonesty, progressive discipline for AI infractions. So I guess the academic dishonesty is like cheating on test. Okay, then progressive discipline for AI infractions. Is there a regulation on this? Is the teachers using the same AI tools? So what does it look like?
Covered in the Code of Conduct.
But how is the detection done? Is it the same tools across the school district? I'm a 10th grade math teacher. This is the tool all of us use. Or is at the teacher's discretion, whatever tool they use to detect AI infractions?
So it's more of a wide district question, right? Is it the same way that they do it at Peyton Branch as they do at Watkins Mill or in Poolesville? Is the same, the formalization?
We don't have a district-wide adopted tool at this time.
So that's part of my concern. Some teacher might have a very, one tool, other teacher might not have a tool. Some teacher have this tool, other teacher have that tool. Some teacher apply it consistently, other teacher do occasion check. I think there's should be some kind of expectation from the district. Otherwise, our grades are not, there are too many variances for their grades.
Correct. We have a lot of work to do to provide professional learning to our teachers and then to our students, because they need to understand what's allowable, what's not, when do you begin to creep into
integrity issues. And so there's a lot of work that we have to do, and we're building that now so that when we meet with students in the fall, we can have something for teachers to be able to say, these are the types of things that you are able to do with AI. Teachers will be able to explain to students when they may use it, when they may not use it, how much they may use. So all of those things will be explained to students, and then we will get into the discipline component as well.
I want to refresh everyone's memory that when we're talking about education technology in the policy committee, one of the tasks for the system is to have regulations when it comes to the usage, including AI usage, right? So still waiting on the timeline, and this seems to be played right into that, and I hope to see you soon. Thank you.
One of the things I asked quickly, Dr. Taylor, was what is the state saying, the State Board of Education? What are, supposedly the experts for there to be some around the state? What are they saying? And Dr. Taylor, what are they saying?
Not a whole lot. Their guidance is not really fleshed out. I don't know if you wanted to add anything else to that, Ms. Seabrook.
That's right. Just because this is later on in the presentation, we have just a reference there to what MSDE is charged to do for the 27-20 going into the 27-28 school year. So there will be state level work groups formed. We will need to name a coordinator for that statewide work group. They will come out with model guidance and policies from the state level, and it looks like they're targeting 27-28.
So I guess it will be smart to
We get a chance to lead the state.
to lead again. Okay, let's keep going.
Dr. Moran.
Yes, sir. If we could go, let's see, back to slide 16. I'm going to talk really at a high level on this. So in the Division of School Leadership and Improvement, we have been focused on standardizing systems of excellence, clear accountability structures, and service deployment to schools. If we go to the next slide, please. So school improvement accountability, what we really have tried to focus on and will continue focusing on is that less is more. We have had a culture of chasing multiple targets. We have schools now that will continue to have a streamlined one-page school improvement plan that is focused on the state accountability system with our goal of all of our schools being 4 stars or more. The mechanism to do that, as I talked about earlier, is a system-wide instructional vision that is well-defined and well-executed. Next slide, please. Cross-functional teams. As you know, this is the first year that we have implemented cross-functional teams. A couple of things I'm extremely excited about for our school system next year is the movement to a regional model. The regional model will allow us to provide higher intensity of support, a higher level of presence in schools. And how that will happen is when you have Montgomery, Blair, and Northwood together, you are not traveling long distances to support schools. You should be able to get to more schools, spend more time there, more focused time. So really excited about that transition next year as our organizational structure changes to a geographic model. One of the things that is a critical thing that we work on with our family engagement specialists and our pupil personnel workers is ensuring that we are aligning their work and not stepping all over each other. With both of those positions being on the cross-functional teams, we need to ensure that we're not duplicating any services and that they're working closely in tandem. We'll continue to have a tiered approach to supporting our schools, using data throughout the year to change that level of support based off of student performance. If we go to the next slide, please. Transition Day. So we will continue with Transition Day. It will be our second year. Really excited about it. I think one of the things, as low level as it sounds, one of the things we're really trying to do is ensure that schools are taking the opportunity to make this a fun and exciting day for their students and families, engaging in activities that build community, build a sense of excitement for the school year, while also allowing time for students to become accustomed to the routines of a school. one of the focuses that we're really got a lot of feedback on is ensuring that there are expectations that are equitable for all of our staff members to support this day, and they're not isolated just to the kindergarten, grade 6, grade 9 teachers. We also are going to have very defined roles for our cross-functional teams, great opportunity for them to develop relationships with students and families, again, as we move to a geographic model. Next slide, please. So school schedule. So this year we examined scheduling practices across schools to ensure students have equitable access to instruction and intervention. We have put out guidance around the elementary schedule, which connects very closely to the presentation on supporting students that receive ELD services and special education services, utilizing the fit time to front load language and instructional strategies so that those students can receive that prior to going into their ELA content so that they are well prepared for the content of those lessons. We are going to be, of course, focused on cluster grouping strategies around math. At the middle school level, we're going to standardize the wellness period implementation while monitoring the impact of the new state mathematics policy requirements. And we're also going to study the high school schedules to identify opportunities for standardization and consistency across all 25, soon to be 26 high schools. And then, of course, looking ahead, standardized middle and high school schedules would provide stronger alignment and improve access to coursework and interventions, studying the use of virtual options where one course is offered in one place. If you align bell schedules, other students might be able to access them. That's something we're going to look at for the not next year, but for the year ahead. If we could go to the next slide, please. Planning time. So this year we implemented new guidelines in partnership with MCEA around planning time. We did collect a lot of feedback via survey on the impact of that planning time. 50% of teachers agreed that the current language provides sufficient flexibility for meaningful collaborative planning. However, only 24% agreed that the shift to teacher-managed planning time improved staff performance and morale. Some interesting feedback that I think we need to unpack and look at the importance of clarifying roles, responsibilities, and expectations as we update our FAQ for the upcoming school year. If we go to the next slide, please. So a lot under this one. Safety and security, of course, remains our foundational priority within the Future Ready strategic plan. Is measured within a wide range of indicators, including our incident data, attendance, school climate, and feedback from students, staff, and families via our state survey as well as our climate survey. While we're seeing trends moving in a positive direction, we need to see those trends accelerate. In the coming year, we're going to evaluate the Student ID initiative. We're going to expand digital hall pass implementation. Door sensors will be installed prior to the start of the school year, and we're enhancing our incident tracking systems. The launching of digital mapping for all schools and facilities will strengthen emergency response and specifically reunification procedures. We also are redefining roles and responsibilities in that office for next year to make sure that everyone has a clear understanding of the roles and responsibilities, expectations, and are working in a coherent and cohesive manner. We also are going to look at strengthening lunch supervision, continuing to elevate weapon detection technologies, reestablishing, which we have already, quarterly meetings with our law enforcement partners, and reviewing our memorandum of understanding with law enforcement. If we could go to the next slide, please. So attendance. There are some updates to the regulation for attendance for next year. One of the most significant is that, let's see here, we want to, let's see. So we're looking closely at the attendance regulation to see where improvements can be made to further incentivize attendance and to consider adding logical and culturally appropriate consequences when attendance does not improve despite intensive interventions. At the high school level, we're going to investigate some of the attendance practices that were used. I just want to highlight for anyone that was at the Albert Einstein graduation ceremony, they have flipped chronic absenteeism into being chronically present. and awarded students that were under 10% absent with a cord. It resulted in over 13% decrease in chronic absenteeism at Albert Einstein High School. So examining those practices that are happening and have led to results is something that we are going to focus on moving forward. If we could switch to the last one. Thank you very much. So cell phones, we are going to be implementing Away All Day K through 12 next school year. Survey results indicate that approximately 65% of our high school families support a total ban on personal mobile devices during the school day. Additionally, nearly 77% of families reported that the purpose and expectations of the cell phone regulation were clearly communicated. As Dr. Taylor would remind us, we have critical mass as we move forward as well, with our matriculating middle school students experiencing Away All Day already. So we have those students that have experienced that. That is a part of their school culture. We need to capitalize on that opportunity to extend it to grade 12. We are going to work closely with our school administrators over the summer to ensure that expectations and resources are clear and consistent. This consistency across schools K through 12 will reduce confusion for the students, staff, and families while supporting engagement, attention, and positive learning environments. At this time, I'm going to pass it over to, I believe, Dr. Hamlet. Thank you.
Keep on? All right. All right. So next slide, please. In the Division of Equity and Organizational Development, this year really reinforced a fundamental lesson that implementation matters just as much as policy, and where adults are aligned and well supported, outcomes held steady. Our leaders have been clear. They don't need more data, but they actually need the right data delivered promptly and in a form that they can act on. We also have heard from our families who have asked for clarity and predictability regarding expectations and how we respond to student behavior, and we've heard them. And then with professional learning, we've learned that it certainly has its greatest impact when educators can apply it immediately in their practice, not when it lives in an isolated workshop. And then we are also really trying to model that equity is not a separate initiative. It's actually a lever that is most effective when embedded directly into our instruction and our daily operations. Next slide, please. So with the Code of Conduct, we revised the Code of Student Conduct this year, and community feedback has made clear that further revisions are warranted for the 26-27 school year. I want to be really clear about our intent. This is not about lowering expectations, nor is it about moving toward zero tolerance. It's really about consistency and equity, ensuring that similar behavior receives a similar response, regardless of the student, and that our responses are not shaped, even unintentionally, by bias. And where our data also reveals disproportionate outcomes, we treat that as a system to fix, not a reality to explain away. And we're also incorporating, as was mentioned earlier, digital safety and AI guardrails, recognizing that student behavior increasingly extends into online spaces. Next slide, please. In terms of our gender identity guidelines, we amended the guidelines to remain aligned with evolving law while preserving our commitment to supporting students and families with clarity and care. Staff have consistently asked for two things. They've asked for clearer implementation guidance, and they've asked for the opportunity to work through real scenarios, so we're really providing both. And then we have an FAQ resource that's forthcoming that will address common questions proactively in an attempt to reduce confusion before it arises. But our focus is really moving forward, is really about consistency, ensuring that every staff member feels prepared to navigate sensitive situations appropriately. Next slide, please. With our hate bias protocol, we've built a more structured and responsive system for addressing hate bias incidents with consistent reporting and response expectations across our schools. One change that stands out is that we've shifted our language from intent to motivation, and that really keeps the focus where it belongs, on impact and on the person or people who have been harmed. We're also confronting underreporting directly. So the centralized tracking system that we launched this fall gives us genuine visibility into trends, and beginning this year, yellow tier incidents that were previously handled but never tracked are now captured in our data. And so we're moving in this direction as we acknowledge that we cannot interrupt what we cannot see. And our plan is to keep tightening reporting at every tier until no incident falls through the cracks. Next slide, please. With professional learning, as you heard earlier, we're advancing a unified instructional vision. Its equity significance is direct. Strengthening our Tier 1 instruction really broadens access to high-quality learning for every student. Professional learning is how we achieve that vision built around practical strategies for our teachers that they can apply immediately. We're also prioritizing professional learning of our school and district leaders. The research is unambiguous. School leadership ranks second only to classroom instruction among all school-related factors affecting what students learn, and its impact is greatest in schools that need it most. So investing in our leaders is among the highest return on investment we can make in student outcomes, and that's based on research from the Wallace Foundation. But this work really does not happen in isolation. System-wide professional learning, system-wide equity, and leadership development will be better aligned and moving in concert so that the message our leaders, teachers, and staff receive is coherent and not competing. We're also extending professional learning to our operational and non-instructional staff as well, in recognition that every adult contributes to the student experience. Next slide, please. And then last, strengthening data systems and accountability will be an intentional focus this upcoming year. Data will be an intentional focus next year, centered not on collecting more, but on making it easier to interpret and use at the school level. School leaders need systems that support timely decision-making, not a retrospective look at what has already occurred. And we're also raising expectations. Data that is timely and accurate internally and to our external partners is not a courtesy. It's actually an accountability we share, and one this office must model first. This is not the work of one division. We're collaborating across technology services, teaching and learning, the Division of School Leadership and Improvement, and specialized support services to align on what is needed and when, who owns what, and how the pieces fit together so that roles and responsibilities are clear and not assumed. We're also formalizing collaborative data review cycles to strengthen shared ownership of student outcomes. We believe that accurate, transparent data is foundational to trust, accountability, and equitable decision-making. And handled well, our data becomes a matter of reputational reliance, not reputational risk. And the long term is really about building staff fluency so that every school uses these tools well and consistently. Last slide, please. Or actually, I'm transitioning to someone new. Who's next? I think Kim.
Yes.
All right.
All right. Good evening. My name is Kimberly Fields, Chief Technology Officer for the Division of Technology Services. So, ensuring that our technology environment is scalable, maintainable, sustainable, and supportable remains a primary objective. The EdTech Ecosystem Modernization Initiative is enabling greater curriculum alignment across multiple divisions by establishing a structured process to evaluate and vet digital tools. This effort emphasizes the interoperability requiring solutions to integrate seamlessly with existing systems, while also conducting an audit to eliminate redundancy and retire underutilized applications. In addition, making sure we are aligned with procurement standards, data privacy requirements, and legal and regulatory compliance. With respect to data intelligence, evidence-based decision-making is central to the organizational success. There is definitely a clear shift in viewing the data and being able to leverage it as a strategic asset that can inform planning and performance outcome, which is reflected in the development and use of complex data dashboards that we have developed. Maintaining infrastructure is critical to ensuring that network capacity can meet the bandwidth and performance demands of current teaching and learning environments. Network stability and cybersecurity resilience are critical, as we have seen with incidents. The ability to support a user base exceeding 190,000 individuals is evident. As reliance on digital systems such as our financials, payroll, learning management system, and student information systems continue to grow, cybersecurity has evolved from a reactive, tactical function to a strategic priority. Safeguarding critical systems and ensuring operational continuity are essential components of this effort. Next slide, please. For 26-27, strengthening IT asset management for inventory management will provide an accurate life cycle, tracking, optimal utilization, and cost efficiency. Concurrently developing an updated IT school refresh plan will further assist in understanding equitable home access to devices and internet connectivity informed by our stakeholder engagement. The launch of both short-term and prolonged virtual learning plans has also been in coordination with the Division of Teaching and Learning. This collaboration will provide continuity of instruction under potential varying conditions. A sustained focus on cybersecurity and data privacy will safeguard sensitive information while maintaining compliance with evolving state and federal regulations. In parallel, the integration of emerging technologies will be guided by instructional value, system compatibility, and cost. Establishing an IT project portfolio dashboard can enhance prioritization and execution oversight on projects. Formalizing IT and data governance will provide accountability, the standardization, and effective data stewardship, and these efforts become unified in a comprehensive two-year IT strategic plan, aligning technology, organizational goals, and delivering solutions. So then looking at 27-28, the launch of updated policies and regulations will establish the clear standards for technology use, governance, and compliance across the organization, while in parallel, focused efforts to reduce technical debt, which is our legacy hardware and software, and systematically evaluate existing digital investments which will improve system performance, eliminate inefficiencies, and ensure resources are aligned with strategic priorities. Continued execution of initiatives guided by stakeholder engagement will continue to support consistency, adoption, and impact for having solutions effectively meet instructional and operational needs. Next slide, please. For the 26-27 year, establishing a screen time strategy to determine a thoughtful, intentional, and balanced digital environment through stakeholder feedback, the use and evidence-based planning, and cross-departmental collaboration with the Division of Teaching and Learning, Division of School Leadership, and other stakeholder groups will be able to assist in developing an action plan with measurable goals, understand the impact for curriculum appropriate use, such as any impacts on students with special services, who needs access to technology outside of the school day. A professional development plan would be needed and a communication plan to schools and families. We understand that it will be critical to set clear expectations and boundaries when it comes to technology use. This can occur through a policy or regulation. We want to make sure we monitor and evaluate as we go through this process. Lastly, we also want to make sure that we are in alignment with the Maryland State Department of Education. Now we'll turn this over to the next division.
Next slide, please. For the Division of Human Resources and Talent Management, several key themes emerged across the division. During a year marked by budget uncertainty, we know that prioritizing our internal workforce is the most effective stabilization strategy during times of transition, with a focus on preserving institutional knowledge and sustaining employee morale. We also identified a critical need to improve our ability to leverage real-time data and reporting, and that learning directly informs the fiscal year 27 roadmap for the development and automated dashboards in collaboration with the Division of Technology Services. These real-time dashboards will allow us to better monitor key metrics such as vacancies, retention rates, and other workforce indicators to make more timely, informed decisions grounded in data. On the compliance side, updates to screening requirements as evidenced in Regulation GCC and the Employee Code of Conduct remind us that human resources plays a critical role in maintaining safe, professional, and well-managed systems for employees, contractors, and volunteers. In labor relations, proactive engagement with our union partners remains centered. This ongoing work demonstrates that these productive relationships are essential to supporting a strong environment for our staff and students to best meet the needs of all learners. Finally, we saw some important performance and growth indicators, including a strong fill rate and steady incremental gains in teaching diversity hiring, and which is a priority for the district. Next slide, please. This year's learning informed some of our key priorities for the upcoming school year and beyond, as we focus on continuing to strengthen the systems and practices that support a stable, effective workforce. We see a major opportunity to reshape our professional growth system, allowing us to think more broadly about the manner in which we support, develop, and retain employees across the organization through a high-growth, multi-dimensional coaching system. We are looking to incorporate new standards for cultural proficiency and the adoption of the 8th edition of Skillful Teacher. HR regulations and practices will continue to be reviewed to ensure they are current, clear, and aligned with the needs of the district. And we are deploying a more targeted and strategic approach to actively engage possible career changers and dual certified teachers, tapping into their distinct passion and potential as a way to address our hard-to-fill positions. These priorities reflect the lessons learned in the next phase of work toward a stronger, more productive HR ecosystem. With that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Seabrook.
Good afternoon again. Next slide, please. I want to start by giving a shout out to the Division of Legal Services because we have handled a large volume of highly complex work this year, and we are a small but mighty team, and we never get to talk about our work publicly, so I appreciate the opportunity. So in the interest of time, I'll just kind of hit some highlights on this slide for you. Just want to flag that litigation for us means trial, everything in the trial and appellate courts, but it also means things like state and federal discrimination complaints. We mean state and local board appeals there, and so you see that that is 70 plus so far this year in that category. And I want to highlight that the litigation team was able to reduce their reliance on outside counsel significantly this year, and we have seen a decrease in legal fees, which is nice for us. I also want to flag here that we are growing in the area of transactions, 250 plus. We work closely with procurement on those. We see an uptick in Public Information Act requests. The communications team handles the bulk of those. We advise, we give legal advice on those. We review those for legal sufficiency, the responses before they go out of the door. We also handle mediation, and we handle, so what you don't see here is mediation and complaints to the state level Public Information Act board. Those have also increased. So our mediations have doubled this year, and so those are on the rise, and that's an area that we see on the rise for next year as well. Subpoena responses also probably will increase for next year, but that's a high volume, and that's what we've handled so far, 539 of those for this year. On the right-hand side, you see the trending legal issues that we expect that have been trending this year, and we expect to be trending into next year. Several constitutional and civil rights issues like free speech and religious freedom and protected class discrimination is there. A whole host of employee issues are on the rise. Special education, I already said, will increase. And data and privacy and technology, contracts and issues are also things that we think will be trending into next year. Next slide, please. Okay, so these are some areas of strategic focus for us because, as I said, the civil rights and constitutional issues are trending upward. We want to make sure that we review going into the next year what our policies and regulations say to make sure, for one thing, that we are compliant, but for another thing, that those processes are clear and easy to use for people who engage with those regulations and those processes. So we'll do a wholesale review of those things as well as our appeal processes. We want to try to increase some training so that we are not always on the defensive, but that we are proactively training schools on recurring issues. And we want to make sure that we continue this trend of decreasing our reliance on outside counsel so that we can see a downward trend in those legal fees. Next slide. So here, and I think we've already hit on a few of these, here is the work that needs to be done on our regulations based on bills that were passed this year by General Assembly. So on the right-hand side, you'll see more changes to the Maryland Values Act for 2026. We already have an immigration response protocol that we have been enhancing and adding frequently asked questions to all school year. We've also already developed a protocol for off-campus and outside of the building issues and what folks should do at bus stops and those kinds of things. So we've already distributed that. So in many ways, we may already be in compliance with a lot of what this bill has expanded itself to do. We won't know fully until the Attorney General's office comes out with guidance, and their guidance is due by October 2026. We will look at their guidance and we'll compare that with what we already have and decide whether or not we need to make any changes there. Excused absences for civic engagement, we have already made changes to our regulation JEA-RA that is posted. I don't think I said in the very beginning where things are posted, so just for clarity's sake, our policy, on our policy page, on the MCPS policy page, in the left-hand column, there is a tab for regulations under development. And if people click there, you will see regulations in red line form that are under consideration right now and under development. And the public can now see what changes we're planning to make. So JEA-RA is posted, and it includes the excused absence now for civic engagement. So that's up. There is an enrollment, a change in enrollment procedures for military families based on this House bill that was just passed. I am told by staff, so if we needed to make regulatory changes, it would have been JEA-RB. But I'm told by our staff that we do some of the things that they're already, and those are changes that really impact us in practice rather than in regulation. And that the teams who need to know this already know, and they're already good to go with getting practices changed by July 1. So I think we are good to go in terms of compliance there. On the right-hand side, you'll see regulations that we need to change going into the 27-28 school year. We already talked about that Artificial Intelligence Schools Act, and I believe that Chief Fields is already good to go in terms of she understands what is in that bill and ready to do some work around artificial intelligence even before this 27-28 school year guidance will come from the state. So I think we're in good shape there. For sexual abuse and sexual misconduct, the state will release a model response policy that will impact our Title IX policy. The regulation there is ACFRA, which might not be showing in your physical copy, but the regulation is ACFRA that we will need to revise once that model policy is released from MSDE in 27-28. And then the last piece is COGRA is our personal mobile device regulation. We are already updating that for cell phones away all day, as you heard from Dr. Moran. Sorry. So that is a piece of this bill, cell phones away all day. So we will be complying with that this school year. the following school year, and the second piece of that regulation is a prohibition for students accessing social media. And so going into the following school year, we will update that regulation again, and we will include the prohibition for social media access. And that is it for me. Thank you.
Last one, Mr. Mamoon.
Yes, I was going to say, I have the last two slides. I'll try to run through those fairly quickly. If you could go to the next slide, please. Here to provide a quick update on some of the major initiatives that we have completed over 25-26 fiscal year, and then talk briefly about some of the initiatives that are coming up for Division of Operations. Some of the things that we have implemented this year, school cleanliness inspections. We are using a standard, industry-wide standard APPA to identify strengths and growth areas and establishing benchmarks across all of our schools when it comes to facility operations as well as maintenance. We have implemented a new facility prioritization model to help us recommend a historic capital improvement budget in FY 2027, which includes record investments in HVAC projects and aging facilities as well as our aging infrastructure. The board and thank you to the board for approving our updated meal pricing in the last board meeting. That will allow us to balance our enterprise funds going forward while we continue to take care of our free and reduced price eligible students. And then we have also completed a historic boundary studies, including 31 middle schools and 19 of our high schools, with the board adopted boundaries going into effect beginning 27-28 school years. Next slide, please. So for our 26-27 outlook, we are definitely going to be focusing on implementing some of the major decisions in the secondary boundary studies and secondary program expansions. So our focus is going to be on implementing the operational side as well as transportation changes, which will include consolidating bus routes and stops to create efficiencies, as we will have to deal with a lot of grandfather students, both from the boundary studies as well as our program sunsetting. And then we will start conducting the closure and consolidation study at the elementary and middle school levels. That was the boundary study scope that was approved by the board recently. And then anticipated for 27-28 and beyond, working on transportation resource management to implement boundary reassignments, conducting and implementing countywide elementary boundary study, and then effective use of our holding schools, which again includes the current wooden building that would move to its new location in 27, and how we utilize that as swing space to reduce disruptions and improve construction quality. That's a very quick update on operations, and I think that's the last slide, so open for questions.
You did well. Okay. Ms. Stewart.
Yes, going back. Sorry. I had a question about, no, not on cell phones. How about page 22, safety? So at the bottom of that says reevaluate current MOU with law enforcement. Is that also connected to our CEO model and looking at that? Is this, how inclusive is this?
That part depends on really where the board wants to go in future discussions. We still have, as you learned from Resolution Roundup, a little bit more engagement to go before we're ready to present any of those findings. It's been a number of years since we have updated the MOU. You are now several superintendents ago and a few police chiefs ago, and a couple of the agencies that have signed off on your last version of your MOU. So this is really a time where, just to stay healthy as an organization, to look at the clauses and to say, what's working, what's not working, and where could there be improvements with just really a continuous improvement mindset.
Excellent. I just want to make sure there is plenty of community engagement because there will be a lot of input that will be given. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of interest.
So I want to be very clear about this. In some aspects of the MOU, that makes a lot of sense, in particular as it may pertain to the CEO program or the SRO program. And then in other aspects, absolutely not. This has to do with how law enforcement and the school system interact with one another as agencies and not really subject to public engagement.
I guess this is why I was asking if this included the CEO, because I just want to make sure, like, we're, okay, thank you. Next is Division of Equity and Organizational Development. I was looking at the note about suspension trends, and then a page later on 26, a note about shift away from immediate suspensions. So I'm just towards clear warnings, counseling, and interventions. And will there be more detail about this presented to the board? Because yeah, it's just two different statements there, and I'm curious how we are going to work through that.
Sure. So the data that was referenced is what we've seen this school year. And then the next slide shares more about what we anticipate in years moving forward and the things that we know we need to focus on as a result of that data. I hope that makes sense.
So we would expect to see those going down if there's more clear warnings, counseling, and interventions,
that's
correct?
Right. That's right.
Okay, so I think that's a good thing. Those are the kind of things we want to happen moving forward for equity purposes.
Right.
And just more of a intervention mindset instead of a after the fact.
That's right.
Mindset. And then also, I went on to page 28. Provide dedicated workshop and learning opportunities for parent and community organizations under hate bias protocol. And also more professional learning. I'm just curious about that second bullet point. Do we do any of that today? Do we have workshop and learning opportunities for parents and community organizations?
Some of the opportunities is really through some of our parent partner groups, like the BBSC, our parent council, but we are talking about doing really dedicated professional learning for our staff, but also opportunities to share with parents about the hate bias protocol. More specifically, that is about our the statement I made about confronting the underreporting directly. We recognize that that is an issue with some of our student groups and community groups, and so we want to be really targeted about making sure that we're sharing information about our hate bias protocol.
The reason I ask about the dedicated workshop and learning opportunities is because we talk about school culture, and the school culture is really a community effort.
Right.
And so including workshops for parent community organizations, in my opinion, could build a community culture. So thank you for including that and clarifying. And on to 30 is I was thinking about what you are planning for 26, 27. And I was thinking about an older system we had called an equity model. So as we are strengthening data systems and accountability, how can parents know about their school? Will there be any kind of sharing about this data with parents and community? Even like if you went to your school's website, would there be information about that, how they're doing?
Yes, so that's when I was referring to the collaboration with multiple departments, I think we need to be more specific and clear about the data points that we are sharing, those that are certainly required to share publicly, but also utilizing some of the dashboards that we already have in place and being very specific about what dashboards we have, what their intended use is, and for what audience. And so there's some clarity we need to provide in those spaces and make sure that we're all on the same page with the multiple departments that collaborate on data accountability and sharing.
Thank you. I understand we want to keep some things in-house, but also we want to know how our schools are doing as a parent as you're looking, and then kind of to help hold us accountable as well. And speaking of dashboards, my last comment is about some of our operations. I didn't see communications department in here. This is something I've talked to our technology department about, but on our school website, while I was here, I just checked my local elementary school website, Woodland Elementary, and I'm like, is there a link to certain reports there? Is there even a link to the profile dashboard? And I did not see on the school website, not on our overall website. So again, parents sometimes go to their website, and then if there would be, on the side, links, for instance, their water quality report, radon reports, and then also our profile dashboard, which maybe we would even want to add some of these things onto a profile dashboard. I just think that one-stop shop could be easier for people in general. I don't know if that's anything that we are working on, a review of what should be on our website, individual, for schools.
So we definitely are going to be embarking on a couple of projects related to our website, related to sort of overhauling and prioritizing aspects of our website. But I think the key that you're highlighting of the interaction between the central hub website, if you will, and each of the schools is again an area that that we do want to look at. I will say this is a big project, right? So on the one hand, we've got a lot of pieces to our website that we can streamline, but we also want to be careful to archive, and we want to be sure that when we set up this structure, we do it in a really thoughtful way that makes those connections the way that we want them to last. So I'm hearing these comments and absolutely agreeing with them. Again, this is among our communications projects for the next year for sure. Along with our technology partners, let me just not forget to bring in my friend there.
Thank you so much, because I even get texts sometimes from even fellow legislators like, where can I see the water report? And I'm like, oh, this should be so easy. Thank you.
So many questions, so little time. So I'll be quick, and if you can be quick as well, I would appreciate that. Page 25, suspension trends. Suspension trends, increases in in-school and out-of-school suspensions signal that we are a district that does not suspend frequently. Okay, I understand that. Or in full alignment with the code of conduct. Now I'm confused.
That's what I want to explain.
I'll explain very old habits die hard. And so when we've updated the code of conduct, what might have been the practice in the school for some period of time may not have fully caught with the administrators in terms of updating their practice to align with changes to the code of conduct. And so as we're auditing this past year and disciplinary infractions and how they were handled, there may be inconsistency between schools that we need to close.
Okay. Thank you. Gender identity. So we heard some really troubling testimony today. So I think that it would be covered with our second bullet in terms of professional learning and guidance to support schools and families, correct? Just wanted to, can't talk about gender identity guidelines and not address the testimony that we heard today. Page 35, HR. Where is our work with reviewing staff evaluations, teacher, principals, and so forth, kind of our system for evaluations? I don't see it here.
So I'll be happy to take that one. I think that has been a significant focus of the work this year around principal accountability and feedback with the director. So I can speak to it from the principal lens first in terms of reviewing that throughout the course of the year and then having a review process over the summer. Looking at all of the evaluations and ensure there's consistency and alignment as we're doing them. Similar with the evaluations of teachers, ensuring one, that we are at 100% completion. And then that's the first part that we really need to make sure that we're at. And then looking at the quality of the feedback that is being given to our teachers in alignment with the professional growth system and ensuring that those two things are happening. I think right now, we want to make sure that we're at 100% completion and on time and with our evaluations. But I think the next step that will take place over this summer into next year as we look at the professional growth system is the quality of evaluations.
Yeah, so I think that speaks to the second part of what you said is what, if I'm not mistaken, that's what you're really interested in is what are we doing to revise the PGS system, the professional growth system, and our evaluation system, because it is about to go through a pretty significant overhaul. So I don't know if Renee, if you want to add to what Dr. Moran just said.
Thanks, Peter, for adding that. I was just going to say that, the PGS system is due for a refresh. And given the fact that we are focusing on the latest edition of Skillful Teacher, we want to ensure that there is a direct connection between our expectations for teachers, administrators, and support staff. And so we also want to be sure that that is also reflected in the standards that we're going to update for the new PGS system. So this is an opportunity. We are just beginning the formation of our work group. We've had one meeting and we expect to continue that work throughout the course of the coming school year.
Okay. And last but not least, and Mr. Mamoon, you could get back to me if this is a little bit off topic, but since you covered operations and we heard from Magruder about their lack of access to the girls' locker room, if we could talk afterwards about why that's happening and how it could be remedied.
Sure, we'll definitely take a look at that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
My turn. Can I just piggyback on, since we're talking about HR and we're talking about valuations, but one of the things that we have brought up repeatedly, at least since I've been on this board, is exit interviews. And I don't see that. I'm sure you have a plan for it. But one of the things that we keep hearing and wondering is the worth of having exit interviews being done by a third party versus our own folks who they might be at the mercy of them recommending them for a job. So they really are not going to be as honest as they can to give a candid review as an exit interview. So you don't have to answer that right now. I hope that is in the works. Or if you want to answer it, that's great.
Sure. I mean, I certainly think that is an important question and concern that you're bringing forward. We, at this point, exit interviews are voluntary, of course, but we do encourage employees to share their experience with us so that as we are continuing to, again, think about how we are retaining our highly qualified staff, we do want to hear that feedback. And so that is a work in progress, and we will certainly circle back with you with more information.
That is great. You want to tag?
This is, yeah.
Okay.
Because this is something that both of us have said since we got on the board. Recently, I heard from one school there are a lot of teachers leaving this year. However, when asked, school administrators have reasons why staff members are leaving, when parents have other reasons why staff members are leaving. So this is to the point of Ms. Oven made, that we need exit interview, but we need it to be conducted by the third party. If someone's going to continue to work for MCPS, they're not going to tell their existing supervisor what their real reason for leaving, if it's other than what they state in their Google form or casual conversation. So for us, even we cannot do it system-wide, which I understand it comes with a financial cost, but when we see trends like certain school trends, certain subject trends, that we should be able to do spot check and have a better understanding of the true reason. That's how we can improve our work. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Yang. Attendance, back to Peter. So there was a lot that since transparency, you talked about attendance and enrollment, but there was something you said that caught my attention. I just wanted some clarity on. You talked about I think a focus of logically and culturally. I just wanted to understand what that meant.
So we need to analyze the interventions that we're providing and if they're effective or not. And I think a key part, and it kind of goes back to the theme of the professional growth system around cultural responsive strategies, instructions, and our findings even from the audit, is we don't have a standard in our professional growth system for culturally responsive teaching. So in terms of the attendance component, doing an audit and looking at the effectiveness of the interventions that we're putting in place, having focus groups and conversations with students about what it is they need and that we may not be providing. So we've seen things work in schools, and this kind of goes back to a theme that we often have with conversations. There are things that have worked really, really well at schools around culturally responsive interventions that have been effective. Taking those and making them a standardization across all of our, specifically our high schools, where we've seen, ups and downs with chronic absenteeism.
I got you. Okay. And there's a parent review submit absence. What does that mean?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
This says what we anticipate for 2027, 2028, and beyond, parent review submit absence.
So we need to upgrade the reporting from our parent community. We've run into some people relying on old technology, and just ensure that all parents have an understanding of how they can submit why their student is not in school. And I mean, frankly, we still have many places that are kind of old school, relying on notes that come in, and just ensuring that our parents, and that goes back to the culturally responsive piece, that people have knowledge of, and that we're training, back to Dr. Hamlet's point, that we're training parents that they understand what the tool is, how to access it, how to utilize it, so that it's not just accessible to those that may have the direct resources to
the
have
technology.
That. Yes.
I really appreciate that, because it's an important component. And I hope we're still doing the old school of the phone call. Are we?
We are, and we're going to have to train people to use landlines again here this fall with cell phones away all day.
They are, touche, but yes, we should. And the last question I have is on hate bias protocols. There was that we're changing from intent to motivation. Can I just have, what is that mean? What does that look like? Like, what is the difference, intent versus motivation?
So the legal definition that we should have been using all along was motivated by. And so that is an attempt to really align with the legal definition. Intent is a little bit harder to prove.
Yes.
Right. And so motivated by gives us some leeway based on the surrounding circumstances.
Okay. Thank you so much for that. Is, I think, a very important clarification. Okay. Anyone else? This was a lot. I feel like we should get a master's degree after this presentation.
Just looking forward to some communication to schools and families about the bite-sized version of this, what they need to know for the upcoming year. Excellent work. Thank you so much.
We appreciate you, but I do also want to piggyback, I think it was Ms. Stewart, one of you, I'm so sorry, ladies, who said we're kind of missing that communication piece report. Our communication department has done amazing things all year. And I really think that is one thing that without it, none of this really is possible, or being able to engage the parents or the cultural part and so on. So not that I want to have another long report, but I would really appreciate if we could just have an idea, because they also deserve not just recognition for their work, but their work is very, very important, especially when we went through the redistricting. That team was very, very vital in getting the information, the feedback, and the cultural components, the languages, and so on. So I would just, I know you're not at the table communications, but I wanted just to acknowledge that your work was also amazing this year, and we could not have done it without you. Okay, with that being said, where are we? We still have, thank you all. Thank you, thank you. Safe travels, blessings. New business, auditing student screen time, K through 8th.
Yes. Exciting. This is not 41 pages long. This is one page, all right? Okay, so, this is called Auditing Students Screen Time K to 8. Before I begin, I want to say thank you. I want to thank the parents who came to do testimony today, and they were Mr. Okapo and Ms. Hasman, who gave a heartfelt testimony, and Ms. Cass, all highlighting their concern about their students' screen time used. I also want to thank MCC-PTA Technology Committee and many parents who wrote to us wondering how we can best use technology or screen time, express screen time concerns in schools. And I also want to thank my colleagues, Ms. Stewart, Ms. Zimmerman, and Ms. Montoya, and as well as Superintendent Thomas Taylor for giving feedback and collaborate on this resolution. I think this is in tandem with the presentation we just had. This is wonderful. So some may ask, why now? Why are we introducing a resolution now? We're in the middle of significant challenges, a difficult budget, and many other pressing priorities. But you know what? Our work on behalf of the students should never stop. Even as we tackle today's challenges, we must continue looking ahead to the issue that impacts students' learning, well-being, and success. And this is one of them. Over the past few years, concern about student screen time has grown nationwide. Last year, the U.S. Surgeon General called for stronger warnings and greater awareness about the impact of excessive screen use on children and adolescents. Researchers and authors such as Jonathan Haidt in The Anxious Generation have raised important questions about the relationship between technology, mental health, attention, and childhood development. So technology is an important tool in education. It can expand access, personalized learning, and prepare students for the future. Technology is a tool, not the goal. As educators, we have a responsibility to ensure that our use of technology is evidence-based, age-appropriate, and balanced with the proven benefit of direct instruction, hands-on learning, movement, social interaction, and play. Now, this resolution does not begin with assumptions. It begins with questions. It asks us to gather data, understand how much screen time our students are experiencing, evaluate the effectiveness of our safeguards, and determine whether there are opportunities to improve. I believe, as all of us here do, that our students deserve learning environments that maximize both achievement and well-being. This review is about ensuring that we're using every tool, including technology, thoughtfully, responsibly, in the best interest of children we serve. So with that, I would like to read the resolve portion of the resolution. Okay. Resolve that the board encourages the responsible use of digital devices, reserving screen time for activity where technology offers clear, independent, evidence-based instructional advantages. Resolved that MCPS will conduct a comprehensive review of students' screen time and digital tool use and prepare and deliver to the board no later than March 2027 a report that, 1, quantifies average daily and weekly screen time for students in elementary and middle school during the school day, distinguishing between instructional and non-instructional use and including program-specific caveats and assessments when appropriate. 2, assesses whether there are opportunities to reduce screen time exposure in age-appropriate ways. And 3, assesses the effectiveness of content filters and blocks to protect students from using school-issue devices to access harmful or inappropriate content. 4, provides a recommendation regarding district-wide guidance for age-appropriate screen time. And 5, outlines the anticipated cost, benefits, and operational impacts of any proposed changes. Colleagues, this is an introduction of auditing student screen time K to 8.
Thank you, Ms.
I give
Yang.
it back to you.
Okay, so I believe this has to sit for public comment, so we just need a second. Is that my understanding?
Correct.
I'll second.
Okay, so it's moved by Ms. Yang and second by Ms. Stewart, and I don't even think we need to vote. I think it just, correct?
Ms. Roberta Oven, I would, as a follow-up,
Yes.
while we wait for the next meeting, I'd like to understand how the superintendent would operationalize this, to better understand, are we going to survey teachers? Are they going to do some back technology tricks to figure that out? Just so that I can understand the amount of staff time that this will take to happen.
We will prepare that for the next meeting.
Great, and I'd like to see that you already have it in your
Correct.
upcoming
I was
school
going
year
to say,
plan.
Great minds think alike.
if the folks who came and testified and the others who came testified before this, page 33 in the presentation today talks a lot about the survey, the screen time, develop an action plan, review the tools, develop professional development, dedicate district web pages, and so on and so forth. So I appreciate that, that the work pretty much has already started. So thank you very much, Ms. Yang. Appreciate it. And now we're going to move on to the next item, which is, I believe that is the advisory committee that Ms. Zimmerman brought to us. the Advisory Committee on Communications and Community Engagement memberships. So that's set, and now we have to vote on it today. So I need somebody
do I
to
just
move it, and
move it?
we
We
have,
do have
we
quorum.
do,
We have 5.
we do, yeah.
What do I do?
To move for the motion to vote on
Move
the
to approve.
Communications and Community Engagement membership. Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, moved by Ms. Anuba, second by Ms. Stewart. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Ms. Stewart, Ms. Sylvester, Ms. Yang, myself, and Ms. Maloof. Thank you so much. Is there any, do we have this? No, we're already done. We're done. Are we done? Okay. Thank you very much. And that motion carries. We will let Ms. Zimmerman know. All right.
Madam President, I volunteer to read the information summaries if you'd like.
No, thank you.
No?
Yeah, yes, please
Okay.
do.
Okay.
No, thank you.
All right.
Okay.
Motion to adjourn?
There's a motion to adjourn. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion to adjourn, second by Ms. Sylvester. All those in favor to adjourn, please raise your hand. And that would be Ms. Stewart, Ms. Sylvester, Ms. Yang, myself, and Ms. Maloof. Thank you so much. Have safe travels, everyone. Meeting's adjourned.